Chapter 822. The air was originally filled with black light, but as soon as Chu Mu used the ice soul frost technique, a white frost immediately spread out. Countless air was frozen into ice particles that floated around Chu Mu like stars surrounding the moon. It was a magnificent sight. What did Chu Mu do? That's the power of ice. Isn't Chu Mu cultivating the infinite, desolate sword essence? It must be an auxiliary ice-type cultivation technique. I didn't expect him to be so lucky to have an auxiliary cultivation technique. Looking at Qi Xiao, he must have also cultivated an auxiliary cultivation technique. As soon as Chu Mu used the Ice Soul Frost technique, it immediately caused a series of exclamations. Just how strong is Chu Mu? To think that he was still hiding his strength. When he didn't have the sword intent, he also didn't use the auxiliary ice-type cultivation technique. This guy is really good at hiding, Duan Yulong said to himself. Nie Yunjie was somewhat unconvinced. But when he saw this, the unconvinced feeling in his heart dissipated. It turned out that Chu Mu was still hiding his strength, and he was indeed no match for him. This boy indeed has some tricks up his sleeve, the third palace master said as he nodded secretly. I wonder if this boy still hasn't hidden his strength, or has he already shown all his strength? A true palace elder said, voicing the thoughts of all the other elders. We'll know if we continue watching. Good, you really didn't disappoint me. Qi Xiao was startled at first, but then he laughed loudly. The stronger Chu Mu was, the happier he was. The more excited he was, the more powerful his battle strength would be. A true genius would become stronger when encountering a strong opponent, and the more they fought, the stronger they became. Qi Xiao was a true genius. The power of the Ice Soul Frost technique clashed with his black power, and the frost spread out and instantly disintegrated. The two swords clashed and were equally matched. For a time, no one could do anything to the other. In terms of endurance and toughness, Chu Mu was not inferior to anyone. Even when facing the tremendous pressure brought about by Qi Xiao, he still managed to withstand it and fought a fierce battle. As the battle raged, Qi Xiao's entire standard Tianhuang sword was completely dyed black, burning like a flame. The strange thing was that it did not have any temperature, but it possessed a terrifying power, causing the power of his every strike to seem like it had just entered the initial stage of eruption and was constantly increasing. Chu Mu's sword was also infused with a large amount of ice soul power. The ice soul power spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to drop once again. It spread out, causing the audience around the arena to feel a chill invade them. They kept dodging and colliding with each other. Countless sparks flew, like fireworks on a summer night. The sword was like a flying phoenix, a flood dragon, a flowing light, and a demon king. In an instant, the two swords collided once again. Black and white burst forth. Under the tyrannical power, Qi Xiao was forced back, and so was Chu Mu. In terms of physical strength, Qi Xiao was stronger than Chu Mu. Therefore, Qi Xiao was forced back 3 meters, while Chu Mu was forced back 4 meters. They faced each other again, with a distance of 7 meters between them. They pointed their swords at each other, and the fighting spirit in their eyes gushed out like volcanic magma. Qi Xiao, who was covered in black light, looked like a demon king. Perhaps because the special power of the auxiliary technique had been exhausted, the black light gradually faded. The red light in Qi Xiao's eyes also weakened a lot. He grinned, and his demonic nature was wild. The white frost in Chu Mu's sword also faded. After a fierce battle, the ice soul power of the Ice Soul Frost technique was almost exhausted. Chu Mu, I am very happy. Next, I will use all my strength to defeat you, Qi Xiao said. Ah, Qi Xiao has not used all his strength? Immediately, many people were shocked. Qi Xiao was already more powerful than before, but they did not expect that he had not used all his strength. Come on. Chu Mu did not refute and said lightly, with a boom, as if thunder had exploded in the sky, the earth cracked and the sky shattered. A terrifying sharpness burst out from Qi Zhao's strong body, like an active volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years. It had accumulated power for thousands of years, and once it erupted, it was earth-shattering. Sword Essence. Seventh Revolution, Sword Essence. Seventh Revolution, Early Stage, Sword Essence. What? It is Seventh Revolution Sword Essence. So this is Qi Zhao's true strength. Nan Wu was shocked, Luo Qiushui was shocked, and everyone was shocked. Although Qi Xiao, who had used an auxiliary technique, was rated as comparable to Luo Qiushui, there was still a gap because of Seventh Revolution Sword Essence. Sixth Revolution Sword Essence and Seventh Revolution Early Stage Sword Essence were qualitative changes, and there was a huge gap that was difficult to cross. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. The third palace master and many elders of the true palace laughed heartily. The more talented and powerful the disciples of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace were, the better. It was the fortune of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace. So far in the outer palace, there were 3 people who had Seventh Revolution Sword Essence: Nan Wu, Qi Xiao, and Luo Qiushui. Qi Xiao, who had Seventh Revolution Sword Essence, was even more terrifying. With a leap, he directly crossed 7 meters and appeared in front of Chu Mu. His sword, which contained Seventh Revolution Sword Essence, slashed down. Chu Mu found that Qi Zhao's sword was even faster. The air in front of him was not compressed, but was directly cut open. The sharpness was extremely shocking. Before Chu Mu could react, the sword flashed, and there was a sense of confusion. It instantly divided into 9 rays, attacking from all directions, and gave Chu Mu a feeling that he could not dodge. Qi Xiao, who had descended in a demon-like manner, was full of power and was extremely overbearing. Now he had erupted with Seventh Revolution Sword Essence, and the sword attack was accompanied by exquisite skills. It was the first time that everyone had seen Qi Xiao like this. Unable to dodge, he could only block. The 2 swords collided, and the tyrannical sharpness pressed down. Chu Mu was sent flying. His qi and blood were shaken, and his face was pale. He was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Without stopping, Qi Xiao followed up, and the sword, which contained Seventh Revolution Sword Essence, madly attacked like a crazy demon, dodging and blocking. Chu Mu was under more pressure. Under Qi Zhao's attack, he kept retreating, and it seemed that he was about to be defeated. Chu Mu is bound to lose. If he doesn't have a stronger move, Chu Mu is bound to lose this time. Don't forget, he is just a new disciple. Among more than 10,000 new disciples, only Chu Mu has reached this step. To be able to reach this step shows that his talent and strength are far above others. Given some time, he will not be inferior to Nan Wu and the others. That is a matter for the future. Moreover, the Outer Palace competition is held once every 100 years. Almost everyone thought that Chu Mu was bound to lose. Qi Xiao was too strong. The 2 swords collided again, and this time it was even more tyrannical. Chu Mu was sent flying more than 20 meters away. His internal organs were shaken, and his qi and blood were in turmoil. Admit defeat, Qi Xiao said. His eyes were shining with an amazing sharpness. With a wave of his sword, he burst out again and rushed toward Chu Mu. It's time for me to show my strength. Chu Mu smiled and said softly, but everyone heard his voice. What? Did I hear it wrong? Does Chu Mu mean that he is still holding back? How is this possible? Does he also have Seventh Revolution Sword Essence? Don't joke. Seventh Revolution Sword Essence? How is that possible? He is just a new disciple. The third palace master and the true palace elders were also taken aback. Then they revealed looks of interest and deep anticipation. This little guy isn't bragging, is he? Let's see. Chu Mu suddenly became the center of attention. Qi Xiao also heard Chu Mu's words, but he thought it was a joke. But in the next moment, he knew that it was not a joke. With a boom, a powerful sharpness gushed out from Chu Mu's thin body. It was like an active volcano that had been dormant for 10,000 years, spewing out terrifying energy in an instant. It was sword essence that had reached 7th revolution, sword essence. 7th revolution, early stage, sword essence. With a bang, many people were unable to remain calm and abruptly stood up. Their eyes widened as they stared dumbly at Chu Mu. Nan Wu and Luo Qiushui only felt their hearts beat faster, while Duan Yulong and the others were all stunned and dumbfounded. 7th revolution, sword essence. Chu Mu actually had 7th revolution, sword essence. This boy is still hiding something. 7th revolution, sword essence. In addition to his swordsmanship, his talent is outstanding. No wonder the underworld god clan used the god-sealing blood curse to seal him. Seeing Qi Xiao charge straight at him, Chu Mu's expression was calm. He retracted his sword intent and gathered it in his sword. He waved his sword forward, and the sword light ripped apart the sky like a surging river. Qi Xiao hurriedly swung his sword. Sword light raged, and Qi Xiao was sent flying. Chu Mu took the lead in this attack, so Qi Xiao did not have enough time to gather his strength. He did not have enough strength and was a little rushed. What a pure sword essence! Qi Xiao was shocked. They were both 7th rank initial stage sword intents, but the purity of Chu Mu's sword intent was clearly a level higher than his. According to his estimations, Chu Mu's sword intent had probably reached the 7th rank middle stage, and its power would naturally be even stronger. Now it's my turn to attack, Chu Mu said calmly. His figure flashed, leaving afterimages. He appeared in front of Qi Xiao and swung his sword again. As soon as he swung his sword, it was a continuous and endless attack. Slice, stab, chop, sweep, hack, lift, point, collapse, every movement of the sword technique, every style of the heavenly desolate sword technique, was broken up and reassembled by Chu Mu. It was as if he was a heavenly steed soaring through the skies, untraceable. Every sword move was like an antelope's horn, exquisite to the extreme, causing others to slap the table in praise. Everyone stared at it intently. Some of the inner palace disciples were also amazed. There were even true palace disciples who sighed at their inferiority. The power of each sword did not seem to be very strong. The speed of the sword did not seem to be very fast, but it was endless and flawless. Qi Xiao could not find any flaws and could not form an effective counterattack. For the first time, Qi Xiao felt what it was like to be constantly attacked by others. In the past, this was what he had brought to others. Experiencing it personally, the feeling of powerlessness was so profound. He had great endurance and tenacity, forcibly withstanding Chu Mu's continuous attacks. He defended himself tightly and looked for any possible flaws to prepare a strong counterattack to recover his current disadvantage. Unfortunately, he could not find such an opportunity. He could only be brought into Chu Mu's rhythm little by little. Chapter 8:23. Like a fish caught in a whirlpool, he was powerless to struggle and was gradually suppressed. Qi Xiao wanted to burst out his power again and again, but he was disrupted by Chu Mu. The feeling of powerlessness came from the bottom of his heart, bone marrow and soul. Qi Xiao was defeated by Chu Mu in this extremely sullen state. The defeated Qi Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. "You're very strong. I'm convinced that I lost to you, but next time I'll definitely defeat you." Qi Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to Chu Mu. Then he turned and walked away. "You won't have a chance." Chu Mu smiled and said he hadn't used all of his strength, or even his real strength. Otherwise, he could have defeated Qi Xiao with 3 or even 1 sword attack if he used his peak 8th revolution sword intent. Therefore, Chu Mu didn't take Qi Xiao's words seriously. Qi Xiao would improve, but his improvement would definitely be faster than Qi Xiao's. The gap between their strengths would only grow bigger. Qi Xiao won 1 and lost 1. The 6th battle began. Duan Yulong's opponent was Nan Wu. The gap between their strengths was too obvious. Duan Yulong used all of his strength, but still lost to Nan Wu. In the seventh battle, Zhuang Libi's opponent was Chu Mu. Zhuang Libi naturally wasn't Chu Mu's opponent and was easily defeated by Chu Mu. This round of competition had a total of 2 auras. Only 2 people maintained a perfect victory, Nan Wu and Chu Mu. This completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Qi Xiao, Luo Qiushui, and Ma Yunfei had 1 win and 1 loss. Duan Yulong and Zhuang Libi lost both battles, which meant that they were eliminated and couldn't enter the 12th round. There were a total of 5 disciples who entered the 12th round: Nan Wu, Chu Mu, Luo Qiushui, Ma Yunfei, and Qi Xiao. No one was optimistic about Ma Yunfei. Ma Yunfei was very depressed, but also a little excited because he was going to fight with 4 terrifying opponents. Among the 5 people, for had early 7th Revolution sword intent, while his was peak 6th Revolution sword intent. There was a fundamental difference. The previous battle also proved that Ma Yunfei was no match for any of the 4. Therefore, everyone thought that Ma Yunfei was just a foil in this round of competition. The drawing of lots began. Namo had always been in first place, and he was the first to draw lots. The 5 lots were drawn in an instant, and the competition began. The number Nan Wu drew was number 5, and this round's number 5 was Qi Xiao. The first battle already made people's eyes light up. Qi Xiao's fighting strength was originally very strong, and in the battle with Chu Mu, he even displayed the early 7th Revolution sword intent. Between him and Nan Wu, it was still uncertain who was stronger and who was weaker. The battle between the 2 would definitely be exciting. From the moment Qi Xiao was defeated by Chu Mu to the beginning of the first match of the 12th round, nearly half an hour had passed. Qi Xiao had already used some kind of treasure to restore the strength of his auxiliary cultivation method to its peak. Nan Wu's eyes were dark and deep, as if they were absorbing all the light around them. At the beginning of the battle, Chu Mu found a trace of similarity between Nan Wu's strange and erratic movements and Qi Xiao's domineering and violent movements. Nan Wu was like an assassin walking in the crevices of the dark abyss. Every sword move was unpredictable and unpredictable, striving for the most fatal blow. Qi Xiao, on the other hand, was like a warrior from the dark abyss, violent and domineering like a demon king. The 2's fighting styles were completely different. When they collided, the momentum was sometimes shocking and sometimes silent. The early 7th Revolution sword intent burst out, and the auxiliary cultivation method operated. A special power was injected into the sword and spread all over his body. Nan Wu's body and sword seemed to become translucent, faintly discernible. Looking hard, one could only vaguely see a silhouette shuttling back and forth in the air. He didn't know what kind of auxiliary technique it was, but it was able to turn Namo's body and sword transparent. On the other hand, Qi Xiao's black luster was like a burning flame, but without the slightest heat. However, the black luster seemed to seep into the air and penetrate the surface of space, leaving shallow traces. In the previous battle with Chu Mu, Qi Xiao first used the power of his auxiliary cultivation method, and when the power was exhausted, he used the early 7th Revolution sword intent. This time, against Nan Wu, Qi Xiao directly used his full strength and combined the power of his auxiliary cultivation method. The early 7th Revolution sword intent was even more tyrannical. Strong against strong. The strength of the 2 sides seemed to be similar, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. The fierce and exciting battle was suffocating. Everyone stared with wide eyes, and their eyes were fixed on the 2 figures on the arena. After half an hour of battle, Qi Xiao was seized by Nan Wu and stabbed with his sword, revealing a flaw. Qi Xiao's fighting style was more suitable for the battlefield, while Nan Wu's fighting style was more suitable for one-on-one battles. In particular, Nan Wu exerted his advantages to the extreme, making it difficult for Qi Xiao to catch his figure, and thus lost some advantages. Qi Xiao lost and Nan Wu won. The first round of the 12th round ended, and the second round began immediately. Originally, number 2 belonged to Qi Xiao, but because he was defeated by Chu Mu, the seat naturally belonged to Chu Mu. Chu Mu drew number 4, Ma Yunfei. Chu Mu is going to win. Yes, Ma Yunfei is strong, but Chu Mu is stronger. Chu Mu and Ma Yunfei entered the arena. Ma Yunfei immediately pulled out his sword and crossed it in front of him, assuming a defensive posture. In Chu Mu's eyes, Ma Yunfei had no flaws from head to toe, and every part of his body was completely under his sword defense. However, as long as there was enough tyrannical attack, no matter how strong or perfect the defense was, it could be broken. Chu Mu unsheathed his sword and launched an attack. The continuous sword light was like a surging river, but it also had a fleeting feeling. Sometimes it was fast, and sometimes it was slow. Sometimes it was strong, and sometimes it was weak. As it linked together, it was flawless. Although every sword was blocked by Ma Yunfei's expression was becoming more and more serious. Chu Mu did not use the 7th turned sword intent, and it could be seen that he did not use his full strength. It seemed that Chu Mu's attack was more like a test of his own sword art, using Ma Yunfei's block to test and improve his sword art, and Ma Yunfei had no choice but to cooperate. Under Chu Mu's attack, Ma Yunfei's face became more and more dignified, and it became more and more difficult for him to block. But he still managed to hold on for a quarter of an hour, which surprised Chu Mu. After testing and perfecting his sword art, Chu Mu stabbed out with his sword, and Ma Yunfei immediately blocked. But before he could block, Chu Mu's sword suddenly changed, from bottom to top, and the speed of the change was faster than Ma Yunfei's reaction. Ma Yunfei's sword was lifted up, and the sword stabbed out, pressing against Ma Yunfei's throat. The sharp sword intent shattered Ma Yunfei's protective sword aura, and the coldness made Ma Yunfei smell the smell of death. Lightly touching Ma Yunfei's throat, Chu Mu took back his sword. "You win." Ma Yunfei touched his throat and nodded at Chu Mu, and said with a complicated expression. Chu Mu smiled and did not answer. He turned and walked back to his seat. Ma Yunfei also walked back to his seat, and the third match began. Number 3 was Luo Qiushui, and his opponent was Chu Mu. Chu Mu had just finished a match, and was given a quarter of an hour to rest. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Mu and Luo Qiushui went up and faced each other. Both of them had the early 7th turned sword intent, and Chu Mu also had an auxiliary cultivation method, and Luo Qiushui seemed to have cultivated an auxiliary cultivation method as well. When the battle began, Luo Qiushui knew that Chu Mu was very strong and was a terrifying opponent and would not be weaker than Nan Wu, so he had to treat him seriously. As soon as he attacked, there was no probing, and he used the long sky autumn water style. On the sword blade, there was the power of an auxiliary cultivation method flowing, which was like a pool of autumn water, and the temperature of the surrounding air became as cold as water. Chu Mu also unleashed his power, the early 7th turned sword intent, and the ice power of the Ice Soul Cold Frost technique was injected into the sword blade, and a terrifying sword art was unleashed, and he fought fiercely with Luo Qiushui. Watching from the side was only superficial, and only by experiencing it personally could one feel the power of the opponent and the exquisiteness of the sword art. Chu Mu and Luo Qiushui fought fiercely, and it seemed that they were evenly matched. Even Luo Qiushui himself thought so. So he unleashed his power again and again, and attacked continuously, trying to defeat Chu Mu as soon as possible. However, no matter how Luo Qiushui unleashed his power, he was still unable to defeat Chu Mu, and was still evenly matched with Chu Mu, because Chu Mu's strength seemed to be increasing bit by bit. Fight, fight, fight! The long sky autumn water style, the sword light was like autumn water crossing the sky. Chu Mu's sword art changed, and he actually used the long sky autumn water style. The long sky autumn water sword light that was like a river crossing the sky stunned the audience, and Luo Qiushui's face was also filled with disbelief. Chu Mu actually used his own long sky autumn water style. Moreover, his long sky autumn water style seemed to be more exquisite than his own and even more perfect. How could this be possible? Luo Qiushui felt that his brain was about to short-circuit and his thoughts were about to stop. The scene in front of him was too shocking. Although the long sky autumn water style was a combination of the first 33 styles of the Sky Desolation sword art, it also had its own unique understanding. Unless he imparted and explained the essence of it, no one could master it. However, Chu Mu did not receive any imparting from him, and only watched a few of his battles and fought with him for a while. How could he master the mystery of the long sky autumn water style? Unbelievable. After Chu Mu used the long sky autumn water style, the next style was the sword style that Tang Jin used, and the style after that was Ben, whose sword style. Under Chu Mu's attacks, Luo Qiushui showed signs of weakness, and then he was defeated by Chu Mu. In the first 2 matches of the 12th round, Chu Mu once again won a complete victory and swept away his 2 opponents with absolute strength. In the 4th match, Ma Yunfei's opponent was Nan Wu. Without a doubt, Ma Yunfei was defeated by Nan Wu in a short period of time. The 5th match was also the last match of the 12th round. Qi Xiao drew the number 3, Luo Qiushui. This was another exciting match. Qi Xiao versus Luo Qiushui, and both of them were powerful swordsmen who possessed the early stage of the 7th Revolution sword intent and auxiliary cultivation techniques. In the audience's anticipation, the match began, and in an instant, amazing combat power erupted. Chapter 824. Qi Xiao versus Luo Qiushui. The fierce battle began. Under Qi Xiao's attacks, Luo Qiushui gradually fell into a disadvantage and was defeated by Qi Xiao's sword in the end. After 2 consecutive defeats, Luo Qiushui was eliminated. There were only 3 people who would enter the 13th round: Nan Wu, Chu Mu, and Qi Xiao. From the first round until now, Nan Wu was the one who had not lost a single battle. Chu Mu and Qi Xiao had both been defeated. From the looks of it, it seemed that first place belonged to Nan Wu, but that wasn't certain. At least, many people believed that Chu Mu could fight against Nan Wu. As for who first place belonged to, they would only know after they fought. As for Qi Xiao, he had fought with Chu Mu and Nan Wu before, but he had been defeated in both battles. In the Outer Palace competition, the top 10 would be rewarded, and the top 3 would be rewarded more. The second place would be rewarded more than the third place, and the first place would be rewarded the most. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would compete for the first place. The 13th round of the competition would be held tomorrow. Chu Mu left the Outer Palace, half Void Realm. On the way back to his room, he met Lu Xingqing. Lu Xingqing kept staring at Chu Mu with unwillingness, jealousy, and fear in his eyes. When Chu Mu looked at him, Lu Xingqing avoided eye contact with Chu Mu. He was afraid. If it was before, when Chu Mu could not use sword essence and ultimacy, he could laugh at Chu Mu with contempt and disdain because Chu Mu would be trampled under his feet. Now, Chu Mu's sword essence had broken through the seal. Chu Mu, who could use sword essence, was much more powerful than him. Although he had not used ultimacy, he had reason to believe that Chu Mu's ultimacy would break through the seal soon. 8th Revolution. 8th Revolution sword essence and 8th Revolution ultimacy. This was a secret buried deep in Lu Xingqing's heart, a secret that made him tremble in fear. In the entire Heaven Wasteland Palace, besides Chu Mu, only he knew about it, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He was afraid, trembling, and even he didn't understand why. He was just a clown. Chu Mu only glanced at him and didn't pay attention to him anymore. In the past, he hadn't taken Lu Xingqing seriously. Now, he wouldn't take Lu Xingqing seriously either. Chu Mu, do your best. Get first place. Duan Yilong walked up from behind and walked side by side with Chu Mu. Chu Mu faintly smiled and nodded. On the way, some people also nodded and smiled at Chu Mu to greet him. Chu Mu also nodded and smiled back at them. Returning to his room, Chu Mu exhaled and sat on his bed. He didn't think about anything, and his mind wandered. After about a quarter of an hour, he came back to his senses and began to reflect on today's battle. He removed the dross and left the essence, absorbing and transforming it for his own use to strengthen his own strength. Like Chu Mu, many swordsmen also took the time to comprehend after returning. Tomorrow, in the 13th round of the competition, Nan Wu, Chu Mu, and Qi Xiao would fight. Perhaps the winner would appear in the 13th round of the competition tomorrow. The battle that was watched by tens of thousands of people was also a soul-stirring battle. The time was getting closer and closer. Many people couldn't rest at ease and kept waiting. They were somewhat anxious, like ants on a hot pan, impatient. They secretly lamented the slow passage of time. No matter what, the passage of time was the same as before. It didn't speed up or slow down. What should go would go, and what should come would come. At daybreak, countless people were excited. The half-void realm of the outer palace had not yet opened, but a large number of people had gathered at the entrance. They all wanted to enter as soon as possible. Although the competition wouldn't start in advance, even if they entered as soon as possible, they would still feel more at ease if they entered as soon as possible and occupied a relatively good position. Chu Mu arrived late. The place was almost overcrowded. On the sword battle arena, there were only 3 seats. Seat number 1, Nan Wu. Seat number 2, Chu Mu. Seat number 3, Qi Xiao. The rules of the 12th round were the same. Nan Wu and the other 2 drew 3 lots. In an instant, the first battle of the 13th round began. Nan Wu drew number 3, and his opponent was Qi Xiao. In the previous battle, Nan Wu defeated Qi Xiao. Even so, Qi Xiao's fighting spirit was still earth-shattering. He would never admit defeat. When the battle began, Qi Xiao instantly unleashed his full strength. His aura was even stronger than yesterday. Nan Wu didn't test his strength. He unleashed his strength and fought with Qi Xiao. Chu Mu keenly discovered that Nan Wu's strength had also improved compared to yesterday. Geniuses were improving all the time, especially after going through intense battles. Their improvement was even more obvious. Qi Xiao was still no match for Nan Wu even when he tried his best. In the end, Nan Wu took advantage of his weakness and defeated him. In the second round, Chu Mu drew number 1, Nan Wu. It was normal and completely expected for 3 people to have such a result. As the referee, the elder of the inner palace would never let him draw his own number. Chu Mu versus Nan Wu. In the eyes of everyone, this battle was a battle for first place. It was the battle of the champion. After this battle, the ranking would basically be determined. Nan Wu's dark and deep eyes instantly shot out an astonishing dim light, piercing through the sky and heading straight for Chu Mu. It pierced Chu Mu's eyes as if to force into Chu Mu's spiritual world. Nan Wu had mastered a special method that could affect his opponent's spiritual world with the power of his gaze, causing a subtle impact. Although it was not powerful at all and was only a subtle impact, it was only a hair's breadth in a battle between experts. Nan Wu's gaze released a strange power that silently rushed into Chu Mu's spiritual world. An ordinary opponent would never be able to detect it. Of course, Nan Wu didn't need to use this trump card against an ordinary opponent. Immediately afterward, the dim light shot out from Nan Wu's eyes disappeared. His body instantly turned translucent, and even the sword in his hand became translucent. As if it was about to disappear, it blended into the air and silently rushed toward Chu Mu. It was a ghostly assassination. This was a sword move that he was full of confidence in. First, he used his trump card, the pupil technique, to affect Chu Mu and impact his spiritual world. Then he used an auxiliary cultivation method and mobilized all the early-stage 7th Circle sword intent. He was determined to defeat Chu Mu in one sword move. However, Nan Wu didn't expect that although his pupil technique was magical, it couldn't affect Chu Mu at all. The power that entered Chu Mu's spiritual world was instantly detected by Chu Mu and then defeated. Chu Mu unsheathed his sword and infused it with the early stage 7th circle sword intent and the ice power of ice and frost skill. Without looking at it, he swung his sword to the side. This sword move was as simple and direct as a graffiti. What was shocking was that where Chu Mu swung his sword, the outline of Nan Wu's figure appeared. The almost transparent sword pierced toward him, but was blocked by Chu Mu. Then, with a twist of his wrist, the sword body rotated and twisted and stabbed toward Nan Wu's face. Nan Wu was very surprised. Chu Mu's counterattack was very delicate and the timing was perfect. It was completely beyond his expectation. His reaction was also very fast. He changed his sword move again and formed a 2-hit combo. This 2-hit combo was the combination of the first 33 moves of the Heavenly Desolation Sword Art and the second 33 moves of the Heavenly Desolation Sword Art. It contained the power of the early stage entry stage and the power of the deep stage entry stage. Nan Wu's counterattack was within Chu Mu's expectation. However, the power of the counterattack was far beyond Chu Mu's estimation, because Nan Wu had never used such a 2-hit combo before. The 2-hit combo was the combination of the first 33 moves and the second 33 moves of the Heavenly Desolation Sword Art. It contained the power of the early stage entry stage and the deep stage entry stage. It was really terrifying. Chu Mu could not dodge in time and could only barely block it. Under the 2-hit combo, the power of the 2-hit combo exploded, one stronger than the other. As his chi and blood surged, Chu Mu was sent flying dozens of meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. The hand, holding the sword, trembled uncontrollably. Nan Wu's counterattack was really too powerful. It was not easy for Nan Wu to use the 2-hit combo. When Chu Mu blocked it, the recoil force was also very strong. Therefore, when Chu Mu was repelled, he could not immediately chase after him and missed a good opportunity. However, Chu Mu was already injured, which was great news for him. At first, Nan Wu had no impression of Chu Mu. However, as the battle progressed, Chu Mu gradually entered Nan Wu's field of vision. At that time, Nan Wu felt a little regretful. Chu Mu's swordsmanship was so profound and his fighting skills were so exquisite. Why couldn't he use his sword essence and profound meaning? When Chu Mu displayed the sword essence of the 6th revolution, Nan Wu's eyes lit up. He was looking forward to it, but it was only that. He also felt a little regretful because he knew that no matter how pure the sword essence of the 6th revolution was, it was fundamentally different from his early stage 7th revolution sword essence. The gap was insurmountable, and when Chu Mu fought Qi Xiao under Qi Xiao's 7th rank early stage sword intent, he also exploded with 7th rank early stage sword intent and defeated Qi Xiao. Nan Wu knew that Chu Mu was his strongest opponent this time, and could be said to be his only opponent. When he fought with Luo Qiushui and Qi Xiao, Nan Wu did not use his pupil skill because he thought it was unnecessary. Although Luo Qiushui and Qi Xiao were strong, they were not enough for him to use his full strength. However, Chu Mu could. Facing Chu Mu, he could not relax at all. He had to go all out. Unexpectedly, Chu Mu was not affected by his pupil skill and counterattacked instantly. If he had not reacted in time, he would have been the one injured instead of Chu Mu. Now, no matter what, he had to use his second trump card, the combined double-strike sword skill, to injure Chu Mu. Originally, he wanted to defeat Chu Mu in one fell swoop. However, he did not expect that Chu Mu was so strong and had so many abilities. Therefore, he was only injured. However, as long as he was injured, his strength would be affected and he would have a greater chance to defeat Chu Mu. Nan Wu was full of confidence, and his momentum was earth-shattering. He adjusted himself, and the momentum that seemed to engulf heaven and earth converged in an instant. He turned into a shadow and walked in the air. Then he appeared in front of Chu Mu and slashed out. Chapter 8:25. Nan Wu's figure did not stir up any wind. Silently, his sword had already chopped down. The sharp edge was restrained, which made Chu Mu's scalp tingle. His feet moved, and his sword followed him. Sword light flashed as he faced Nan Wu's sword. Flipping, circling, and twisting, the two swords instantly twisted dozens of times. The sword light was like a dragon, soaring into the sky. Nan Wu's attack was instantly dispelled by Chu Mu, and he was able to counterattack. His left index and middle fingers pointed out like a sword. Sword essence and sword essence condensed at the fingertips and pointed at Nan Wu's ribs. Once it hit, Nan Wu would definitely be affected. Nan Wu's reaction was extremely fast. His figure turned translucent again, as if blending into the air. Chu Mu's sword finger missed, but the tip of his foot strangely appeared behind Chu Mu's back and stabbed at him like a sword. In close combat, the two sides tangled with each other like dancing dragons and snakes. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged countless blows, and it was difficult to tell who was better. The two-hit combo of fused sword moves consumed a lot of energy, so Nan Wu did not dare to use it too many times. He would only use it when he found the best opportunity. However, he had already used it once, and Chu Mu was on guard, so it was difficult to find the right opportunity. In an instant, the two swords collided, one high and one low. Nan Wu's figure flickered and disappeared along with his sword. As if he had teleported, he appeared behind Chu Mu and chopped down with his sword. Chu Mu's sword, with the tip of his foot as the axis, spun and drew a semicircle arc. The arc of light was so sharp that it seemed to cut the air behind it into two halves. When they clashed again, various fused sword moves were displayed, one after another. After watching many battles, Chu Mu's understanding and mastery of the Heavenly Desolation Sword art gradually deepened. He was able to display other people's fused sword moves one by one, and even formed a simple connection between them, which was a bit like a combo of sword moves. Although Namo didn't have Chu Mu's ability, he had come into contact with the Sky Desolation Sword art many years earlier than Chu Mu. After many years of immersion, coupled with his extraordinary talent and attainments in swordsmanship, he had a unique understanding of the Sky Desolation sword art and created various fused sword moves. For a time, both sides were equally matched, and they fought intensely without end, causing the spectating disciples to be completely immersed in the battle. So my autumn waterlong sky can be used like this. Luo Qiushui's eyes sparkled with a cold luster like autumn water. He thought to himself and admired Chu Mu. Not only Luo Qiushui, but the other swordsmen were also amazed and felt that their swordsmanship had improved. Their attention was more focused on Chu Mu, because watching Chu Mu's swordsmanship was more beneficial. But watching Namo's swordsmanship, they couldn't understand it. In comparison, Chu Mu's swordsmanship was more direct and pointed to the essence of swordsmanship. Namo had many methods, excellent swordsmanship, and astonishing battle strength. Chu Mu wasn't any worse. Of course, this was because he controlled his sword intent to the early stage of rank 7. If he increased his sword intent, his battle strength would multiply, and it wouldn't be difficult to defeat Namo. However, Chu Mu didn't plan to win like this. He wanted to train himself until he couldn't train himself anymore. Then he would defeat Namo. Namo didn't know that Chu Mu was using him as a sword test stone. Of course, he also used Chu Mu as a sword test stone. Using the opponent as a sword test stone to train oneself and strive for a breakthrough, or to see a higher level, a higher realm. This was what true geniuses always did. After a long battle, ordinary people would have become impatient. But Namo and Chu Mu were still as calm and composed as before. Every move seemed to have been calculated in the most precise way. It looked like a heavenly steed soaring across the sky without any trace. This was the interpretation of swordsmanship. It was pleasing to the eye. Chu Mu is indeed extraordinary. After the competition, I plan to take Chu Mu as my personal disciple, said the second elder of the True Palace. My swordsmanship still lacks a true inheritor. I think Chu Mu is very suitable, the first elder of the True Palace suddenly said. Everyone was speechless. Even the third palace master was a little surprised. The true palace great elder had a lofty status and was almost comparable to the palace master. He was highly respected and was the strongest among all the true palace elders. He was even stronger than the third palace master. The grand elder of the true palace usually cultivated in seclusion and rarely appeared. He would only pay attention to events like the centennial competition. However, there was a difference between the grand elder of the true palace and the other elders of the true palace. The other elders of the true palace all had disciples, but he did not. Many years ago, the first elder of the true palace took in a disciple and taught him wholeheartedly. But later on, that disciple died in an accident. Since then, the first elder of the true palace never took in another disciple. This time, he was tempted and took a fancy to Chu-mu. No matter how one looked at it, since the first elder of the true palace had spoken, the other elders couldn't compete with him. Even the third palace master, who wanted to take Chu-mu as a disciple, could only suppress his thoughts. Congratulations, first elder. The other elders could only congratulate him. Ha ha ha. The first elder of the true palace was very happy and comforted. The battle continued. Those who didn't think highly of Chu-mu and even had some enmity towards him had increasingly unsightly expressions. Their hearts were increasingly unhappy. The better Chu-mu performed, the more uncomfortable they felt. Nan Wu used all of his abilities. His eye technique was mixed in as well. All sorts of transformations were unpredictable and impossible to defend against. However, Chu-mu displayed shocking tenacity. No matter what technique Nan Wu used, he was able to deal with it. It didn't seem like much, but truly powerful people knew that Chu-mu's qualities were the rarest. He didn't have any obvious shortcomings and was tolerant of everything. He was able to absorb the strengths of others for his own use and continuously strengthen himself. Even though he was wounded, Chu-mu was still tenacious and resilient. After attacking for a long time without success, Nan Wu had no choice but to use the combined sword-style double strike in an attempt to break the stalemate. However, Chu-mu, who had already experienced its power once, was already prepared. He activated the peak mountain shaking energy and completely activated Ice Soul energy. Even his mental remembrance was merged into it. This was an opportunity, a very good opportunity to counterattack. The power of the 2 consecutive strikes was still so terrifying. Chu-mu's body shook and he was sent flying again. His blood and qi churned and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Nan Wu also suffered from the recoil, and it was Chu-mu who was prepared for it. The impact of the spiritual consciousness forced Nan Wu to fight back. The ultimate mountain quake and the recoil of the collision of the 2 swords also made his sword tremble. The tyrannical power hit his arm and shook his body. The power of ice spirit spread and the temperature dropped, affecting Nan Wu's flexibility. In an instant, Nan Wu's body paused for a short time and appeared in the air. Chu-mu, while flying back, unloaded the force and borrowed the force to perform swallow return. His body drew a perfect arc in the air and flew toward Nan Wu at a faster speed like a swallow. He waved his sword and arrived in a flash like a swallow. When Nan Wu dispelled all the force and recovered, Chu-mu's sword had already appeared in front of him. Unable to dodge, Nan Wu could only block. Fei Hong illusory void 6 consecutive slashes was used. 6 figures appeared in the air and surrounded Nan Wu. Nan Wu had seen this move before, but when he personally experienced it, especially when Chu-mu's grasp of timing was so precise, it made him exclaim in admiration. Flying swans controlling 6 consecutive strikes were all blocked. Chu-mu's next move was the combination of the 33 moves of the Heavenly Desolate Sword Art, which contained the power of the Boundary Realm. It burst out in an instant and was very powerful. This powerful sword was successfully blocked by Nan Wu, and he found a chance to fight back. However, Chu-mu's sword broke out again and reached the Boundary Realm. It was like a tempest a massive wave that seemed capable of crushing mountains. Nanwudi was sent flying backward, blood spraying out of his mouth. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he flew backward. Blood spraying out of his mouth. So strong. What kind of sword is this? Countless exclamations and gasps were heard. Nan Wu landed on the ground. His chi and blood were surging like a tide. His arms were sore and his strength was almost exhausted. He almost couldn't hold the sword steadily. He knew that he could do 12 consecutive bursts of the boundary realm, but it would be very difficult. Chu Mu was really terrifying. His lips moved, and 3 words came out of Nan Wu's mouth. You win. Nan Wu knew very well that he could continue to fight, but he had already suffered internal injuries after taking on the 12 bursts of the boundary realm from Chu Mu. In addition, his arms were sore and couldn't recover immediately. He could only exert 50% of his strength. On the other hand, Chu Mu was calm and seemed to have strength left. It was clear who was stronger. Chu Mu had planned to continue attacking, but after hearing Nan Wu's words, he sheathed his sword. Defeating Nan Wu was not difficult for Chu Mu. The only difference was how to defeat him. The next match was between Qi Xiao and Chu Mu. After resting for a quarter of an hour, Chu Mu fought with Qi Xiao. With the power of defeating Nan Wu, Chu Mu defeated Qi Xiao with unstoppable strength. At this point, the 13th round of the competition was over. After the discussion of the elders, if Nan Wu and Chu Mu have no objections, the century-old competition of the Outer Palace is over. The referee announced loudly. It was possible to continue the competition. Qi Xiao lost 2 matches in a row and was eliminated. The final match was between Chu Mu and Nan Wu, but they had already fought. Nan Wu lost and Chu Mu won. So if there were no objections, it was the final result. I have no objections, Nan Wu said. No objections, Chu Mu also said. As a sword test, Nan Wu's role ended here. Unless Nan Wu could improve by leaps and bounds in a short time, the gap between him and Chu Mu would only widen. This was the absolute gap between a genius and a monster. Since there were no objections, the Inner Palace elders began to announce the rankings of the century-old competition. Although they already knew, when the elders announced the rankings, they were still excited from the bottom of their hearts. The cheers grew louder and louder. Starting from the 10th place, he continued to announce the 4th place. Then, the elders' tone became serious. Chapter 8:26. The Outer Palace Competition of the 100 Years, 3rd place, Qi Xiao. The voice dragged out and echoed loudly. Everyone was extremely excited and deeply remembered this moment. This name and this scene were like a brand. Qi Xiao was not happy at all. There was no other way. He was aiming for the 1st place. Even if he could not get the 1st place, he could get the 2nd place. Who would have thought that other than Nan Wu, who he regarded as a strong enemy, there would be a super dark horse like Luo Qiushui who could fight with him? What was even more unexpected was that Chu Mu, who was even scarier than Luo Qiushui, had appeared. He had defeated him, swept his opponents one by one, defeated Luo Qiushui, and finally defeated Nan Wu, making Nan Wu admit defeat. Although he was unwilling to accept the 3rd place, it was his strength. He had no choice but to accept it. Moreover, the reward for the 3rd place should be pretty good. Qi Xiao comforted himself. Although there was a reward, it had not been announced yet. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to seeing what the reward was and how helpful it would be to them. Those who did not receive any reward were just there to join in the fun and exclaim. 2nd place, Nan Wu. Following the announcement, Nan Wu stood up from his seat. His eyes seemed to be out of focus as he entered the state of mind again. Before the 1st place was announced, countless cheers were like a huge wave that almost overturned the half-virtual realm. 1st place, Chu Mu. The ending was dragged out, and the echoes were endless. Within the half-virtual realm of the Outer Palace, the sound was like thunder. Chu Mu stood up amidst countless cheers and applause. When the competition started, no one knew who the final winner would be. Next, the rewards were announced. Only the top 10 in the Outer Palace competition of the 100 years would receive rewards. The rewards for the 4th place to the 10th place were the same. The focus was on the rewards for the top 3 places. The rewards for the 4th place to the 10th place were announced first. There were 100 bottles of lower-grade True Desolation elixirs, 10 pills in each bottle for a total of 1,000 pills, 10 bottles of middle-grade True Desolation elixirs, 10 pills in each bottle for a total of 100 pills, 1 bottle of upper-grade True Desolation elixirs, 10 pills in each bottle. Outer Palace disciples usually used low-grade True Desolation pills. Mid-grade True Desolation pills were worth several times more than low-grade True Desolation pills. High-grade True Desolation pills were worth several times more than mid-grade True Desolation pills. In other words, a single high-grade True Desolate Dan was equivalent to dozens of low-grade True Desolate Dan. However, no one was willing to use high-grade True Desolate Dan to exchange for it, even if it was 1 to 100. This was because high-grade True Desolate Dan's medicinal strength was purer and its effects were better. The reward of this pill alone was enough to make many Outer Palace disciples green with envy. Not only that, there were other rewards as well. 1 million supreme-grade Desolate stones, 100,000 Outer Palace contribution points, 1 spirit congealing pill, the opportunity to be accepted as a disciple by a true palace elder, and so on. The last point was the most important. Every single true palace elder was a powerful existence. It was the dream of many to be able to become a disciple of a true palace elder. If he had a sword saint as his teacher and received guidance from him, he would definitely be able to avoid many detours and reach a higher level faster than others. All in all, the benefits of being accepted as a disciple by a true palace elder far exceeded the previous few rewards. As for the spirit congealing pill, it was a high-end pill that was rare and precious. It was used to assist in the breakthrough of the God congealing realm, allowing one's mind power to be converted into spiritual sense power faster. It could also help a swordsman to be familiar with spiritual sense power faster. The rewards for the 4th to 10th places were announced. Next was the reward for the 3rd place. Everyone's ears immediately perked up. The reward for the 3rd place was almost doubled. Other than 200 bottles of low-grade True Desolation pills, 20 bottles of mid-grade True Desolation pills, and 2 bottles of high-grade True Desolation pills, there were also 2 million supreme-grade Desolate stones, 200,000 Outer Palace contribution points, 1 spirit congealing pill, and the opportunity to be accepted as a disciple by a true palace elder. There was also another reward. The 3rd level of the Heavenly Desolation sword technique and the 3rd level of the Heavenly Desolation sword body. The 3rd level of the Heavenly Desolation sword technique and the 3rd level of the Heavenly Desolation sword body corresponded to the God congealing realm. However, breaking through to the God congealing realm and becoming an inner palace disciple could not be obtained immediately. One had to exchange for it through one's own efforts and contribution points. That was not an easy task. Often, a swordsman who had just become an inner palace disciple would need to spend 1, 2, or even 3 years to exchange for the 3rd level of the Heavenly Desolation sword technique and the 3rd level of the Heavenly Desolation sword body. Receiving the reward now was equivalent to saving at least 1 year after becoming an inner palace disciple. It could even be 2 or 3 years. To a genius, 1 year was also very important. It was enough to pull away from other geniuses. Next was the reward for the 2nd place. The reward for the 3rd place was all given to the 2nd place, and it was almost doubled. Finally, there was an additional reward that the 3rd place did not have: a Heaven Comprehension pill. The Heaven Comprehension pill was a pill that could only be refined by an alchemy grandmaster. It was more than 10 times more precious than the spirit congealing pill. Its effect was to improve one's comprehension ability for a certain period of time and enter a state of epiphany. The time limit was 2 hours. In these 2 hours, one's comprehension ability would increase, and one could enter a state of epiphany. The effects of comprehending anything would be excellent. With this heaven comprehension pill, Nan Wu's strength would improve a lot in a short period of time. With the reward for the second place being so generous, the reward for the first place would naturally be even more generous. When the reward for the first place was announced, Chu Mu was also filled with anticipation. The reason for participating in the competition was to fight against powerful opponents and improve oneself, but it was also for the generous reward. Chu Mu also had the reward for the second place. It was also doubled and even more generous. He believed that the 2 heaven comprehension pills, if taken at the right time, would definitely have an astonishing effect. Chu Mu already knew about these rewards. What he was more curious about was the extra reward that no one else had. There was a chance to enter the divine, desolate, mystic realm. Divine, desolate, mystic realm? Chu Mu was stunned. All the outer palace disciples were also stunned. They had never heard of this place. The outer palace elders were also shocked. They did not know about this reward beforehand. It seemed like it had been adjusted. The inner palace disciples and true palace disciples all trembled. Their faces were filled with shock and then shock and envy. The divine, desolate mystic realm was a very mysterious place. The inner palace disciples would do anything to enter. There were great opportunities there. As for the true palace disciples, if they could, they were willing to pay a huge price to enter the divine, desolate mystic realm. Unfortunately, the divine, desolate mystic realm had restrictions. Only sort of Gojosian and below could enter. In an instant, it was unknown how many people envied Chu Mu. As for Chu Mu himself, he did not know. He only felt that since it was the only reward for the first place of the 100-year competition, it would definitely be very good. It would be better than the other rewards. If Chu Mu were to gain something from the divine, desolate mystic realm in the future, a true palace disciple sighed. His tone was filled with envy. Senior Brother Ren's insight is indeed extraordinary. No one can compare. The corner of Ren Du-Xing's mouth curled up, revealing a smile from the bottom of his heart. No matter what, Chu Mu was ultimately brought back by him. Saying that they were related to each other didn't mean that they weren't related to each other. When Chu Mu suffered setbacks and humiliation, he would also be mocked by some people. However, Chu Mu's performance wasn't just good, it was extremely good. This made Ren Du-Xing very happy and proud. Ren Du-Xing was happy, but naturally, there were some people who were unhappy. Their faces darkened. The divine, desolate mystic realm is indeed good. However, once you enter, you might lose your life if you are not careful. There is nothing to be proud of. A true palace disciple surnamed, he said in a strange tone. No one paid attention to him. He could not help but feel angry. After the announcement of the reward, it also meant that the 100-year competition of the outer palace was about to end. After the battle ended, everyone left the half-emptiness realm of the outer palace. As for the 10 people who received the reward, they were temporarily left behind. They would receive the reward here. Of course, the opportunity to enter the divine, desolate mystic realm was not a physical object and could not be given out directly. Among the 10 people, Chu Mu's harvest was the most generous. With the reward in hand, his savings had increased by a lot. The 3rd level of the heavenly desolate sword technique and the 3rd level of the heavenly desolate sword body that you have received can only be cultivated by yourself. You must not spread it to others. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the palace rules. When the rewards were given out, the inner palace elders said to Chu Mu, Nan Wu, and Qi Xiao very seriously, the palace rules were not a joke. A light punishment would be imprisonment for 10 or 100 years. A heavy punishment would be crippling one's cultivation and expelling them from the underground palace. This was crueler and harsher than directly killing them. Chu Mu and the other 2 naturally could not violate the palace rules. If they had a cultivation technique, they could cultivate it themselves. If others wanted it, they could exchange it themselves. Soon, the half-virtual realm of the outer palace was almost empty. The people who received the reward left one by one. Qi Xiao turned and left. Nan Wu also turned and left. Just as Chu Mu was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped. "Wait a moment," the inner palace elder said. While Chu Mu was surprised, he did not ask. Instead, he stood where he was and waited. After a while, in the entire half-virtual realm of the outer palace, only Chu Mu and the outer palace elder were left standing on the arena. "Chu Mu, come with me." The inner palace elder seemed to be listening attentively to something. He said to Chu Mu, grabbed Chu Mu's arm, and soared into the sky. His speed was as fast as lightning. By the time Chu Mu reacted, he had already soared into the sky. The inner palace elder was an expert on the level of the sword of Gojosian. This inner palace elder was also a veteran sword of Gojosian expert. His speed was many times faster than Chu Mu's. His thoughts turned, but Chu Mu's expression remained calm, and he didn't panic. In the blink of an eye, the inner palace elder's figure stopped and landed on a suspended platform. His attitude became very respectful. "Greetings, third palace master. Greetings, true palace elders." The inner palace elder saluted and said he was also an elder, but his strength and status were far inferior to the true palace elders. Chu Mu suddenly realized that he was not allowed to leave. He was brought to see the third palace master and the true palace elders. However, he did not know why they had summoned him. However, no matter what it would be revealed soon. Perhaps it would be a good thing. Chapter 8:27. On the highest floating platform of the outer palace's half-void boundary, the third palace master and the 18 true palace elders were all present. The inner palace elders that brought Chu Mu bowed and tactfully left, leaving only Chu Mu behind. Chu Mu greets the third palace master and the 18 true palace elders. Chu Mu saluted with his sword, neither servile nor overbearing. No need for formalities. The third palace master opened his mouth. His tone wasn't as distant as before, but rather contained a trace of a smile. "The elders and I all misjudged you. We thought that you had been struck by the underworld god clan's god-sealing blood curse, and that your path of the sword would be hopeless. We never imagined that you would be able to break the god-sealing blood curse. The god-sealing blood curse that I have is incomplete for some reason." Chu Mu simply said, "So as time passes, the power of the god-sealing blood curse will gradually weaken." Hearing Chu Mu's simple explanation, the third palace master and the 18 true palace elders were stunned for a moment before they suddenly understood. So that's how it is. No matter how powerful an incomplete god-sealing blood curse was, it would still leave behind flaws. It was inevitable that it would be broken. The complete god-sealing blood curse was a system of its own that would never weaken. "So you are saying that you cannot break the complete god-sealing blood curse?" The third palace master suddenly asked, his tone a bit strange. "I cannot," Chu Mu replied. Instantly, the third palace master and the 18 true palace elders fell silent. The atmosphere became a bit strange, as if the air had frozen. This made Chu Mu feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable all over. There was nothing he could do about it. Every action of the 19 sword saints would affect the surrounding air because of their auras. As for Chu Mu, he wasn't even a sword of Gojosian, so of course he would feel uncomfortable. Luckily, the third palace master and the others quickly reacted and controlled their auras. "The reason I summoned you here is for a matter," the third palace master said. "First of all, congratulations on obtaining first place in the Outer Palace's 100-year tournament. You have become the true #1 disciple of the Outer Palace. In addition, I will give you a suggestion regarding the opportunity to enter the divine, desolate, mystic realm. It will be better if you enter after your cultivation breaks through to the divine condensation realm." "Thank you, third palace master," Chu Mu said. "Do you have any questions?" The third palace master saw a flash of doubt on Chu Mu's face. "Third palace master, May I ask what kind of place the divine, desolate mystic realm is? Chu Mu asked the question in his heart. The divine, desolate mystic realm is a place where danger and opportunity coexist. I cannot explain it clearly, but when you enter, you will naturally know. The third palace master sighed and said, I only hope that you will do your best to increase your strength. As long as you are not at the level of the sword of Gojoseon, the greater the danger, the greater the benefits. Chu Mu, I am the great elder of the true palace. As soon as the third palace master finished speaking, the true palace grand elder impatiently said, This old man has always been straightforward. Are you willing to take this old man as your master and become my only personal disciple and inherit my skills and sword Tao? The true palace grand elder's words were too sudden, causing Chu Mu to be stunned. The other elders' gazes also fell on Chu Mu. Thank you, Grand Elder, for your kindness. Chu Mu has his own path. Chu Mu regained his composure and bowed towards the true palace Grand Elder. He replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Are you rejecting this old man? The true palace Grand Elder asked once more. His tone carried a trace of dignity. Chu Mu immediately felt the pressure increase, making him feel extremely stifled. Chu Mu wishes to create his own sword Tao. Chu Mu's response left the elders and the third palace master stunned. Good, you have ambition. However, sword Tao is not so easy to create. An elder shouted. It was unknown if his tone was sarcastic or something else. So you have such great ambitions. Since that's the case, this old man is unlucky, said the true palace grand elder. From his tone, he clearly did not believe that Chu Mu would create his own sword Tao. At their level, they had a much deeper understanding of creating their own sword Tao and understood just how difficult it was. For a moment, the third palace master and the true palace elders, who originally had a rather good impression of Chu Mu, felt their impression of Chu Mu plummet, although they did not feel any ill will towards him. At the very least, they no longer had a good impression of him. To put it simply, their impression of him had become zero. In their eyes, the idea of creating his own sword Tao was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. However, they could not stop him. Chu Mu was a true genius, and true geniuses were very determined and would not be easily influenced. Chu Mu had to suffer a huge setback on his path of creating his own sword Tao. He had to understand that it was impossible before he could wake up. At this point, it was useless to keep Chu Mu. The third palace master waved his hand, and Chu Mu immediately felt his entire body being enveloped by an irresistible yet gentle force. He involuntarily flew up and left the floating platform. Then he fell down and landed on the arena in the blink of an eye. After the force disappeared, Chu Mu did not stay. He quickly left the Outer Palace semi-virtual realm. The Outer Palace Centennial Tournament made those who did not know Chu Mu recognize Chu Mu, the #1 Outer Palace disciple. He lived up to his name. For a moment, wherever Chu Mu went, he became the focus of attention. There were even people who almost pounced on Chu Mu and begged to be friends. Being the focus of attention did not bring any benefits. Chu Mu simply stayed in his room to count his gains and cultivate. During the Outer Palace Centennial Tournament, he had fought with many strong opponents and learned a lot. Chu Mu had only digested most of it. There was still a small part that needed some time to be fully digested. In addition, Chu Mu also received the 3rd level of the Heavenly Baron Sword Code and the 3rd level of the Heavenly Baron Sword Body. The 2 cultivation techniques were recorded in a jade stone. After receiving it, the jade stone was automatically destroyed. The 3rd level of the Heavenly Baron Sword Code recorded the cultivation technique of the Heavenly Baron Sword Origin. It was suitable for swordsmen in the God Condensation realm. In other words, Chu Mu's cultivation had to break through to the God Condensation realm before he could cultivate these cultivation techniques. As for the 3rd level of the Heavenly Baron Sword Body, it was different. In theory, it belonged to the God Condensation realm. In reality, as long as one cultivated the second level of the heavenly Baron sword body to the limit. One could cultivate the third level of the heavenly Baron sword body. Of course, if one had the assistance of the third level of the heavenly Baron sword origin, it would be faster to cultivate the third level of the heavenly Baron sword body. If not, one would have to rely on painstaking effort or a large amount of resources. For example, elixirs such as the true Baron elixir or the ancient heavenly Baron elixir. After checking, Chu Mu immediately decided to cultivate the third level of the heavenly Baron sword body. His second level of the heavenly Baron sword body had already reached the limit. He could not continue to improve it because his cultivation had not made a major breakthrough and he lacked a cultivation technique. Now he had a cultivation technique. Although his cultivation was still in the origin realm, he had won first place in the Outer Palace Centennial Tournament. He had received a total of 800 bottles of lower-grade True Baron Elixir, 80 bottles of middle-grade True Baron Elixir, and 8 bottles of upper-grade True Baron Elixir. This was a harvest that would make many Inner Palace disciples jealous. With the assistance of these elixirs, Chu Mu believed that he could cultivate the third level of the Heavenly Baron sword body very well. The effect of the 800 bottles of lower-grade True Baron Elixir on the third level of the Heavenly Baron sword body is not obvious. I don't have to use them, but I can use them to recover my cultivation. Chu Mu thought to himself, as for the 80 bottles of middle-grade True Baron Elixir, I will use them to cultivate the third level of the Heavenly Baron sword body. If that's not enough, I still have 8 bottles of upper-grade True Baron Elixir. Chu Mu still had 800,000 Outer Palace contribution points, which was enough for him to exchange for many things. As for the 4 spirit congealing elixir, he would have to wait until he broke through to the divine condensation realm before using them. Chu Mu estimated that he would not need so many of them. The extra ones could be used to exchange, and so on. As for the 2 heaven comprehension elixir, he did not plan to use them at the moment because he felt that it was not the right time yet. As for the opportunity to enter the divine Baron mystery realm, he also planned to wait until he broke through to the divine condensation realm and continue to increase his strength until he reached his limit before entering. In short, Chu Mu knew everything in his heart and was steadily progressing according to his own ideas. His strength had also unknowingly increased as he began to cultivate the third level of the Heavenly Baron sword body. Chu Mu discovered the difficulty. It could be said that the difficulty of cultivating the third level of the Heavenly Baron sword body was at least 10 times more difficult than the second level. Fortunately, he had the help of the middle-grade True Baron elixir. Otherwise, it would be very, very difficult to cultivate. Even with the help of the middle-grade True Baron elixir, the progress was very slow. After 3 days, he had only scratched the surface and had yet to enter the door. Chu Mu could feel that the strength of his body was increasing bit by bit. The feeling of surpassing his limit made him almost addicted. For several days, Chu Mu stayed in his room and did not go to the Outer Palace martial arts practice field to practice his sword skills. He focused on cultivating the third level of the Heavenly Baron sword body. It was not until 7 days later that Chu Mu came out of seclusion after consuming 7 bottles of middle-grade True Baron elixir. As he moved, he could feel an even more powerful force surging in his body. It was as if a punch and a kick could penetrate the sky and shatter the earth. He knew that his Heavenly Baron sword body had not yet reached the third level. It was only between the second and third level, but it was already more powerful than the limit of the second level. The more powerful the Heavenly Baron sword body was, the more powerful his body was. This meant that the power of the mountain-quaking energy that Chu Mu could display would be more powerful. More importantly, if he cultivated the third level of the Heavenly Baron sword body, his body could withstand a higher level of vibrational power. Vibrational power was one of the powers that Chu Mu often used. It was not inferior to profound meaning. After getting out of bed and moving his limbs, Chu Mu began to practice his sword skills in the room. The room was not very big. but Chu Mu's movements were fixed within a certain range. The sword light seemed to coil around his fingers and wrapped around his body as if it had a life of its own. It was like a fairy dancing. It was very beautiful. Unknowingly, after experiencing the fierce battles of the outer palace competition of the century, watching the battles of experts and digesting and absorbing time after time, Chu Mu's understanding of the sword and sword skills had deepened. His control of the sword and sword skills had also increased to a new level. This was not an improvement in the field of sword skills, but an indescribable improvement in the realm of sword principles. He could not see any benefits in a short period of time, but it had increased the potential of his own sword principles, which would be of great help to his future path of sword principles. Chapter 8:28. Focusing on his cultivation. Chu Mu closed the door to his room. There was a sign on the door that read, "No visitors." In the small room, Chu Mu sat cross-legged on his bed. The Sky Baron sword energy was circulating in his body again and again. Above his dantian, a faint yellow flame flickered and burned. It was the earth core flame. Under the nourishment of the lotus seed that Chu Mu used, it gradually recovered its strength. It began to have a strong effect on the Sky Baron sword energy. After the Sky Baron sword energy was refined to the limit, Chu Mu consumed a large amount of low-grade True Baron pills and converted them into Sky Baron sword energy. This allowed his cultivation to break through and reach the initial stage of the origin realm. Afterwards, he continued to use the Earth Core Flame and low-grade True Baron pills to refine it. Finally, the Sky Baron sword energy in his meridians returned to his dantian. As it rapidly expanded and contracted, the Sky Baron sword energy lake in his dantian suddenly doubled in size. His cultivation broke through again. Deshang origin realm. Chu Mu was recovering his cultivation. He had reached the initial stage long ago. Rapid improvement would not leave any side effects. In the past half a month, Chu Mu had been cultivating without a moment of rest. Now that his cultivation had recovered to the origin realm, Deshang's strength had increased again. He decided to go out for a walk and relax. He would also go to the exchange office of the outer palace to take a look. Combining work and rest would be beneficial to his cultivation. Just as he got out of bed, someone knocked on the door. The knocking wasn't small. It sounded like the door was about to be broken. Chu Mu took a step forward and appeared behind the door. He opened the door and saw a person standing in front of him. The person was raising his bear-like palm and was about to slap down. What advice does this senior brother have? Chu Mu opened his mouth and said neither quickly nor slowly. With a glance, Chu Mu could tell that this person wasn't an origin realm swordsman. Judging from his clothes, he wasn't an outer palace disciple, an inner palace disciple, or a god condensation realm swordsman. In the Heaven Baron Earth Palace, outer palace disciples would address inner palace disciples as senior brother. Since it was a general address, Chu Mu didn't reject it. "You're finally willing to show yourself." The tall and sturdy man put down his hand and said. His voice was like a large bell, buzzing and sounding. His tone was not very friendly. They had no choice. They had waited outside Chu Mu's door for 3 whole days, but there was no movement from Chu Mu. Although Chu Mu was publicly acknowledged as the #1 disciple of the outer palace, his strength, talent, and potential were all extremely shocking. Once he became an inner palace disciple, he would definitely be able to skyrocket in a short period of time and surpass everyone. But now he was just an outer palace disciple after all. How could an outer palace disciple make 2 veteran inner palace disciples wait outside for 3 days? Although Chu Mu didn't know anything about it. Chu Mu glanced at the inner disciple before him in confusion. He could not be bothered with him and closed the door. "Wait!" The man shouted and slammed his bare paw on the door, causing it to creak as if it was about to shatter. The bull-eyed man glared at Chu Mu and shouted, "Chu Mu, although you're first in the outer palace competition, you're still an outer palace disciple. How can you be so rude to an inner palace, senior brother? Senior brother, what can I do for you? Chu Mu said indifferently. Kid, listen up. I'm from the 100 Swords Alliance. Today, I'm here on the orders of the Vice Alliance Master to borrow something from you. The bull-eyed man bowed slightly and pressured Chu Mu with his aura. Not lending. Chu Mu didn't even think and directly replied. He had never heard of the 100 Swords Alliance, but he knew that they wanted to borrow something. They must be envious and had their eyes on his rewards. They wanted to take it for themselves, but they used the excuse of borrowing. Once they borrowed something, they wouldn't be able to return it. How could Chu Mu lend it out? He needed everything. What did you say? The bull-eyed man glared at Chu Mu, his saliva almost spraying onto Chu Mu's face. Do you know that the 100 Swords Alliance is one of the top forces in the Inner Palace? The previous Alliance Master is now a senior brother of the True Palace. The current Vice Alliance Master is also one of the top 100 experts in the Inner Palace. Borrowing something from you is an honor for you. The Vice Alliance Master also promised that once you break through to the Divine Condensation Realm and become an Inner Palace disciple, you can immediately enter the 100 Swords Alliance and enjoy the important training of the 100 Swords Alliance. The moment he opened his mouth, he made an empty promise. Chu Mu would not believe this. Even if it was true, he would not be interested. Shaking his head, Chu Mu did not bother to speak. The bull-eyed man's face immediately darkened. Traces of anger gathered in his eyes. His gaze was sharp and cold, as if it wanted to pierce through Chu Mu's body and soul. One word, will you lend it to me or not? The bull-eyed man's voice seemed to seep out from between his teeth. Because of his previous roar, it attracted the attention of many people. Seeing that it was an Inner Palace disciple and Chu Mu, who seemed to be about to fight, they all became interested and came over to watch. No, facing the other's threatening gaze and tone, Chu Mu refused without hesitation. So what if he was an Inner Palace disciple and a Divine Condensation Realm swordsman? Under his sword, he had killed several Divine Condensation Realm swordsmen. He had even killed experts at the level of Divine Condensation Realm Desheng. What was there to be afraid of? No. The bull-eyed man gritted his teeth as he repeated those two words. The anger in his eyes became even more intense. A terrifying aura condensed around him. Within his tall and muscular body, a force seemed to be about to explode. It felt as if a storm was about to come. The surrounding outer palace disciples felt the air condense, suffocating them as the pressure increased. They could not help but take a few steps back. Each and every one of them was shocked. Chu Mu, who bore the brunt of it, did not change his expression. He had felt even more powerful auras before, let alone the aura of a mere peak initial Divine Condensation Realm swordsman. Chu Mu, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you got first place in the Outer Palace tournament. Don't look down on your Inner Palace senior brothers. The bull-eyed man threatened. Indeed, I do not dare to make a move here. But remember, either you stay in the Outer Palace obediently. Otherwise, when you break through to the Divine Condensation Realm and become an Inner Palace disciple, I, Niu Bao, will let you know how wrong you are today. Then you just wait. Chu Mu's lips curled into an evil smile. When he broke through to the Divine Condensation Realm, the gold ultimacy and the 6 mind stars would be unsealed. At that time, even Chu Mu himself could not be sure how powerful he would be. However, when his cultivation was at the peak initial realm and his sword will and ultimacy were both at the mid-8th transformation realm, he was able to kill Ming Luo. If he broke through to the Divine Condensation Realm, his spiritual will would be converted into spiritual will. Combined with the sword will and gold ultimacy at the peak 8th transformation realm, and the 3rd level of the sky wasteland sword body, as well as the earthquake that he might have comprehended, killing a Divine Condensation Realm swordsman like Desheng would be a piece of cake. A normal, complete Divine Condensation Realm swordsman would probably not be his opponent. Niu Bao did not know that he was looking for trouble by making such a threat. Staring angrily at Chu Mu again, Niu Bao felt helpless. This guy in front of him had shocking talent and was not easy to deal with. This was the Sky Wasteland Earth Palace, and he was the #1 Outer Palace disciple. Everyone was watching, so he could not make a move directly. He felt very wronged. At this moment, a young swordsman with a cold aura walked over. Wherever he passed, people automatically parted to make a path for him. The surrounding air was also affected. The temperature seemed to have dropped slightly, as if the night was as cold as water. Chu Mu and Niu Bao also felt the change in aura. When they looked over, Niu Bao was first stunned, then his eyes widened. He thought that he was hallucinating. Hua Lingguang. Niu Bao's tone was not as sharp. He was obviously shocked. Hua Lingguang. Chu Mu also heard it, but he was not familiar with Inner Palace disciples. Hua Lingguang's eyes were like water, but a cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. It was sharp and threatening, landing on Chu Mu's face. Step by step, Chu Mu seemed to see a crescent moon rise behind Hua Lingguang's back. Hua Lingguang's entire person seemed to be standing under the crescent moon in the dark night, aloof from the world. An expert, an absolute expert. Chu Mu felt as if he had been pulled into the other party's world. In an instant, that feeling disappeared. My name is Hua Lingguang. Chu Mu, I hope that you will give me the opportunity to enter the divine, desolate, mystic realm. Hua Lingguang walked in front of Chu Mu and spoke very directly. His voice was as cold as water, causing Niu Bao to involuntarily shiver and have goosebumps. I have a use for it. Chu Mu directly replied. Hua Lingguang did not say anything else. He just looked at Chu Mu. His eyes were not sharp, but they were as cold as water and moonlight. It was even more unbearable than sharpness. However, Chu Mu continued to look at him. About 10 breaths later, Chu Mu's eyes did not evade. Hua Lingguang retracted his gaze, and without looking at Niu Bao, he turned and left, leaving behind a cold back view. You are finished. The moment Hua Lingguang left, Niu Bao looked at Chu Mu with a pitiful gaze, as if Chu Mu was suffering from an incurable disease and was on the verge of death. Don't think that I am exaggerating. This is the first time you have heard of the name Hua Lingguang, right? But in the Inner Palace, his name resounds like thunder. It was as if he wanted to see Chu Mu's frightened or regretful expression. The Outer Palace has a 100-year tournament, and the Inner Palace also has a 100-year tournament. Furthermore, it just ended yesterday. Niu Bao continued. Hua Lingguang is ranked 31st. Do you know how many Inner Palace disciples there are? Let me tell you, the number of Inner Palace disciples far exceeds the number of Outer Palace disciples. There are more than 50,000 of them. Moreover, Hua Lingguang's strength is enough to make it into the top 30. However, due to his heavy injuries, his performance was affected, and he was ranked 31st. Chu Mu's face only showed some surprise. Moreover, Hua Lingguang is from the 7-Sword Tower, the #1 power in the Inner Palace. The head of the 7-Sword Tower is the champion of the Inner Palace's 100-year tournament. Rejecting Hua Lingguang's deal means offending him, and offending him means offending the 7-Sword Tower. You had better stay in the Outer Palace. After Niu Bao finished, there was no trace of fear on Chu Mu's face. Instead, there was a fearless expression. Niu Bao was furious, but he could not do anything. He glared at Chu Mu, snorted angrily, and turned to leave. 7-Sword Tower. Chu Mu muttered and smiled. With such an expert, I won't be lonely when I reach the God concentration realm. Chapter 829. Whether it was Niu Bao or Hua Lingguang, they only brought some ripples to Chu Mu's life. After spreading out, they were like ripples on water, slowly dissipating and eventually dying down. Chu Mu's life didn't change at all. Cultivating the Sky Baron Sword origin, cultivating the third level of the Sky Baron sword body, nourishing the Earth core flame, combining his mind power with sword will, cultivating the God Seal blood curse, cultivating swordsmanship, researching more powerful vibrational forces, etc. Chu Mu's schedule was packed to the brim every day. Once he appeared in the Outer Palace martial arts practice field, he would definitely attract a lot of attention. Most of the Outer Palace disciples would surround him tightly. This was one of the disadvantages of being the number one disciple of the Outer Palace. Chu Mu decided not to go to the Outer Palace martial arts practice field. After all, his swordsmanship had improved. Even if he stayed in his room, he could still cultivate the Sky Baron sword art. However, in his own room, no one would disturb him because no one dared to offend Chu Mu. After the incident with Niu Bao and Huolingguang, no one came to find trouble with Chu Mu. Perhaps they felt that he wouldn't be moved by force or persuasion, or perhaps they felt that he had offended the Inner Palace disciples before even entering the Inner Palace. One of them was Huolingguang, who had the strength of one of the top 30 disciples. His future was bleak. To Chu Mu, this was a good thing. Other than cultivating, Chu Mu would occasionally go to the Outer Palace exchange counter to see if there were any suitable treasures. 800,000 Outer Palace contribution points wasn't a small amount. Once he broke through to the divine congealing realm and became an Inner Palace disciple, these 800,000 Outer Palace contribution points would immediately lose their use. Chu Mu also exchanged for the elixir formula of the Extreme Ice Elixir. The Extreme Ice Elixir was an ice-type elixir and was an upgraded version of the Ice Spirit Elixir. Its medicinal effects were many times stronger. Because the Extreme Ice Elixir was a human-level elixir, it was suitable for the Origin Realm. It was an elixir that could only be made by an alchemy grandmaster. While exchanging for the Extreme Ice Elixir formula, Chu Mu also exchanged for a large amount of herbs to make the Extreme Ice Elixir. He also took a few days to study them and rented the Outer Palace's high-class alchemy room to make the elixir. This was Chu Mu's first time concocting a mortal-class elixir. Although the Extreme Ice Elixir was considered a lower-tier mortal-class elixir, it was still not easy. In the beginning, the extraction of the essence of the herbs was not ideal. It was only about 60%, not even 70%. Chu Mu suddenly had an idea. If the Earth Core Desolate Flame could refine the Sky Desolate Sword Origin and increase the purity of the Sword Origin, then could it be used to assist the extraction of the herbs? The first 3 times he tried, the Earth Core Desolate Flame had destroyed the herbs due to a lack of control. On the 4th try, he succeeded. The purity of the essence reached 90%. However, using the Earth's Core Desolate Flame would consume Chu Mu's sword origin rapidly. After this period of nourishment, the Earth's Core Desolate Flame had gradually grown from a small flame to a small flame the size of a duck's egg. Its color had also deepened, nearing yellow, and its power had greatly increased. With the help of the Earth's Core Desolate Flame, the extraction of the essence of the herbs was very smooth. It reached at least 90% and gradually increased. When all the herbs had been extracted, the purity of the essence of the herbs had even reached 97%. At the same time, because Chu Mu had used the Earth's Core Desolate Flame many times, his control of the Earth's Core Desolate Flame had increased. The consumption of the sword origin had also decreased, and it could be used for a longer period of time. After all the herbs had been extracted, Chu Mu rested for a while before starting to fuse the elixir. Fusing the elixir did not require the use of the Earth's Core Desolate Flame. However, it was a challenge to use one's mental power. After all, it was a mortal-class elixir. Chu Mu was completely focused. He did not dare to be distracted in the slightest. He focused on fusing the elixir and controlled every detail. It was more exhausting than fighting against a strong opponent. For the first time, Chu Mu experienced the difficulty of refining a mortal-class elixir. At the same time, the activity of his mental power was steadily increasing. In the end, Chu Mu fused all the essences of the herbs into elixir. He was so tired that he was half dead. According to his calculations, there were a total of 130 normal grade extreme ice pills, 60 excellent grade extreme ice pills, and 25 flawless grade extreme ice pills. If an astral realm swordsman were to consume a normal grade extreme ice pill, he would be able to easily enter and exit the Earth's core desolate Fire Valley. It would not be a problem for him to go any further. It was evident that the extreme ice pill's effect was powerful. It was a few times better than the flawless grade ice spirit elixir. The reason why Chu Mu wanted to refine the extreme ice pill was because of the ice spirit frost technique. The ice spirit frost technique did not have a grade. The ice spirit force that was cultivated was also divided into different levels. For example, when Chu Mu used the ice spirit elixir as a supplement, the ice spirit force that he cultivated was only slightly stronger than the ice spirit elixir. If he were to consume the extreme ice pill, he could extract and compress the energy within and condense it into a new ice spirit force to replace the original ice spirit force. It would be even more powerful, at least a few times stronger. Although the ice spirit force did not have the ability to attack directly, it was quite effective when used as a supplement. After increasing it by a few times, it would be even more shocking. After refining the extreme ice pill, Chu Mu felt that his mental power had obviously increased, although it was not by much. He still had a large portion of his 800,000 contribution points left. In the following days, Chu Mu first cultivated. A few days later, he exchanged for a batch of herbs and started refining the extreme ice pill again. Most of the treasures that could be exchanged in the Outer Palace Exchange Office were not that great. At least, in Chu Mu's eyes, they were not that great. Only the herbs were slightly tempting. As time passed, Chu Mu's Deshang's Sky Desolate Sword energy had finally reached its limit under the refinement of the Earth's core desolate flame. Following that, Chu Mu consumed a large amount of lower-grade, true desolate pills and converted them into Sky Desolate Sword energy. This caused the amount of Sky Desolate Sword energy to increase rapidly. He broke through and recovered to the complete astral realm. He was not far from his original cultivation base. As the activity of his mental power increased, the impact on the God Seal blood curse became even more obvious. Today, the God Seal blood curse on the Gold Profound will definitely be broken. Within the room, Chu Mu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, thought to himself. A light flashed across his eyes as he closed them and focused his mind. He mobilized all of his mental power and 8th revolution, sword intent, to attack the God Seal blood curse on the Profound. At this moment, the God Seal blood curse on the Gold Profound had become completely transparent. Only a thin layer was left. It was constantly being attacked, and it was gradually being weakened. Time passed slowly. Finally, the God Seal blood curse on the Gold Profound let out a popping sound like a bubble bursting. A terrifying sharpness instantly spread out. The aura that was released at that moment was like a volcano that had been dormant for tens of thousands of years. It was as if it was going to pierce through the stable mental world. Gold Profound, seal breaking. A terrifying sharpness spread out, leaking out bit by bit. The entire room, the wooden walls, and everything else were all invisibly cut open. Fine scratches appeared. Fortunately, Chu Mu had restrained himself. Otherwise, the entire room wouldn't have been able to withstand the sharpness of the God Seal breaking. Peak 8th revolution. Even though he had already guessed it, when the seal was truly broken, Chu Mu still felt joy from the bottom of his heart. Peak 8th revolution sword intent and peak 8th revolution gold profound. The combined power of the two would be extremely terrifying. Even though the 6 consciousness stars hadn't been broken, Chu Mu's current strength wasn't any weaker than when he killed Ming Luo. In fact, it was even a little stronger. Letting out a long breath, Chu wasn't in a hurry to attack the God Seal blood curse on the consciousness stars. This couldn't be broken in a short period of time. He couldn't rush it. Right now, even if he faced a divine condensation realm swordsman, Chu wasn't afraid at all. A normal divine condensation realm swordsman wasn't his match. With my current strength, I have no opponents in the outer palace. I don't need to go out and train. The most important thing for me now is to break the God Seal blood curse on the consciousness stars, then break the seals on the other profound meanings. After comprehending them to perfection, I'll temper them to peak 8th revolution, as he muttered to himself. Chu suddenly frowned. The profound meanings I comprehended are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, thunder. There's also the void profound that hasn't been broken down into cloud profound. There's also the space profound. If I want to temper them all to peak 8th revolution, it will definitely take a lot of time. I don't know how many years it will take. I'll first break the seal on one profound and see the efficiency of the tempering before making a decision. So many profound meanings. It was enough to scare people to death. At the same time, it was also a huge burden. If possible, all swordsmen hope to temper all the profound meanings they comprehended to the limit before breaking through to the divine condensation realm. It would be better for their future cultivation, but it would take a lot of time. Thus, most swordsmen would choose to break through to the divine condensation realm after tempering one profound to the limit. After that, they would continue to comprehend and temper the profound meaning. The efficiency would be 10 times faster. Everyone had their own choices. Chu only wanted to be better, but he had comprehended too many profound meanings. Sometimes he had to make a choice, breaking the seal on gold profound and reaching peak 8th revolution. Chu was in a good mood. He got off the bed and opened the door to walk out of the room. He planned to take a walk around and relax his body and mind. Cultivation was important, but appropriate rest was also very important. Relaxing to a certain extent, combining work and rest was much better than just being tense. The moment Chu left the room, people immediately noticed him. There were all kinds of gazes of admiration, reverence, and even jealousy. There were all kinds of gazes. When they greeted him, Chu nodded and smiled in response. He looked very approachable. Chu fight with me. Qi Xiao walked towards him. His aura was condensed and stronger than before. Obviously, his improvement was very obvious. He was full of confidence and wanted to challenge Chu and defeat Chu. Facing Qi Xiao, who was full of battle intent, Chu was not interested. Originally, when he defeated Qi Xiao, he did not even use his full strength. But now, after continuous cultivation and comprehension, his cultivation base had recovered to the limit of the origin realm. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Qi Xiao was no match for him, not to mention breaking the seal on gold profound. With this kind of strength, even 100 Qi Xiao would not be his match. Unfortunately, Qi Xiao did not know this. Otherwise, he would be so ashamed that he would lower his head and turn when he saw Chu. Chapter 830. In order to reject Qi Xiao's challenge, Qi Xiao actually followed Chu shamelessly. Chu wanted to relax, so he was not happy to have a tail following him. He could only agree to fight with Qi Xiao. "Let's do it here," Chu said. "Watch out for my sword," Qi Xiao shouted as he unsheathed his sword. With a slash, a demon-like sword light descended. The surrounding people felt suffocated as if their throats were strangled. They could not breathe and trembled as if they were intimidated by a demon. Qi Xiao's sword was much more powerful than the one in the 100-year competition. However, Chu was much more powerful. With a glance, he could see the flaw. Chu unsheathed his sword and infused the ice spirit power into the sword. His mind and 7th revolution sword were all infused. The mountain-quaking energy was activated and its power was even more powerful. He didn't use his metal power Upanishad. Instead, he used the weak point to counterattack and break Qi Xiao's attack. He touched Qi Zhao's wrist, and the ice soul power expanded. The shaking power attacked and froze Qi Zhao's arm in just a blink of an eye. Just a breath's time was enough to determine the winner. Sheathing his sword, Chu Mu turned and left. Qi Zhao looked at Chu Mu's back in a daze. There was an unconcealable shock on his face. He did not expect that Chu Mu's improvement was even greater than his. The gap between the two was even more obvious. After relaxing for a while, Chu Mu returned to his room and began the next step of his cultivation. His cultivation had recovered to the limit of the origin realm. The purity of the Sky Baron's sword essence was a level higher than when he was in the Sky Edge Sword Palace. It could be said that Chu Mu's Sky Baron's sword essence had reached the true peak in both quantity and quality. As long as Chu Mu was willing, he could spend a day or two to make a breakthrough in the heavens seizing technique. He could immediately break through and reach the divine condensation realm. Chu Mu could feel that his sword yuan was becoming unstable. It was becoming restless and restless. That was a sign that it had reached its limit and was about to break through to a higher level. However, because Chu Mu's cultivation talent hadn't increased, it was limited and couldn't break through. At this point, there was no need to cultivate the heavenly wasteland sword essence anymore. Its quantity and quality had reached the peak, and it would not regress. Chu Mu used this time to consume the extreme ice elixir and cultivate the ice spirit frost technique. Other than that, he was also cultivating the third level of the heavenly wasteland sword physique. He was also researching swordsmanship and vibrational force. He was also in the process of unsealing the Star of Will. Most importantly, because the gold profound meaning had reached the limit of the 8th revolution, which was also the limit that Chu Mu could refine, he began to unseal the 2nd profound meaning. The unsealing of the 2nd Upanishad required knowledge as well. Among all the sealed Upanishads, the Space Upanishad was the most difficult one to comprehend. Even Deshang hadn't reached it yet. Without a doubt, the difficulty of refining the Space Upanishad to be many times more difficult than the other Upanishads. Similarly, the power of the Space Upanishad was many times more powerful than the other Upanishads. If he didn't understand the Space Upanishad for now, Chu Mu would first choose the Water Upanishad. The Gold Upanishad and the Water Upanishad might even be able to fuse the two Upanishad together. Of course, it wasn't a bad choice to recomprehend the wind concept and upgrade it to the Wind Upanishad. In fact, Chu Mu had another idea in his mind. It was an idea that even he was shocked by. He wanted to unseal all the Upanishads and comprehend them all to the 8th revolution. Then he would refine them all to the limit of the 8th revolution. It had to be said that Chu Mu was extremely ambitious. This idea was extremely crazy. If he succeeded, it could be said that no one in the past or in the future could surpass him. Wood Upanishad, Water Upanishad, Fire Upanishad, Earth Upanishad, Wind Upanishad, Ice Upanishad, Thunder Upanishad, Cloud Upanishad, and Space Upanishad. There were a total of 9 Upanishad. Including the Gold Upanishad, there were 10 Upanishad. Swordsmen who had comprehended 5 Upanishad were extremely rare. Chu Mu was the only swordsman who had comprehended 10 Upanishad and planned to refine each Upanishad to the limit. If others knew about this, who knew what kind of storm it would set off? However, this was his trump card, his secret and reliance. Chu Mu wouldn't announce it. Even if others knew about it in the future, it would only be because of the battle. When such a crazy idea appeared in his mind, Chu Mu couldn't restrain it. That crazy idea was like a germinating seed that couldn't be stopped or suppressed. He knew that refining a single Upanishad one by one was the correct way. It was in line with the mainstream of the immemorial world swordsman. Otherwise, if there were too many Upanishad, the efficiency of refining would be greatly reduced. Once he unsealed all the Upanishad, he wouldn't have a second chance to seal them again. However, he couldn't restrain the idea in his heart. That kind of craziness was unprecedented. It made his blood boil, and his soul almost ignited. A choice, an incomparably difficult and extremely important choice. This was a gamble. If he won, his achievements would exceed his imagination. If he lost, it would be a little unsatisfactory. Within the room, Chu Mu's breathing became hurried. Because his blood was boiling, his face was flushed red. I'll go all out. If I fail, I'll just break through to the divine condensation realm. Chu Mu's breathing became steady as he muttered to himself. His eyes became unprecedentedly resolute. The so-called failure meant that he couldn't finish refining within a certain amount of time and reach his goal. As for how long the time would be, Chu Mu didn't know either. Everything depended on his intuition. If he succeeded, it would be even simpler. He would refine all the Upanishad to the limit in an ideal amount of time. A huge gamble. Chu Mu made his choice. He would gamble, using an unimaginable future as the wager. Since he had made his choice, he had to treat it seriously. He couldn't be careless. He couldn't leave behind any irreversible regret because of any negligence. Letting out a breath, Chu Mu had a clear idea in his mind. Metal Upanishad had reached the peak of the 8th revolution, so he didn't need to pay attention to it. As for the other 9 Upanishad, Wind Upanishad had disappeared because of the previous decomposition. He needed to comprehend it again, with Chu Mu's current soul strength and comprehension, and also because his sword intent had reached the peak of the 8th revolution. In just 3 breaths, he could feel the wind around him fluctuating. His concept of wind had reached 10% completion. In just 60 breaths, his concept of wind had reached perfection, easily breaking through and becoming Wind Upanishad. The comprehension speed of Wind Upanishad was 10 times slower than wind concept, but to Chu Mu, it wasn't difficult at all. As he comprehended, he became familiar with the path and rapidly improved. That speed was shocking. A day later, Chu Mu successfully comprehended the wind profound to perfection. A cyan aura revolved around his body, lifting him into the air. It was a beautiful sight to behold. The first Upanishad had reached perfection. Next, Chu Mu unsealed the second Upanishad, Wood Upanishad. The comprehension speed of Wood Upanishad was 2 times slower than Wind Upanishad. After all, Chu Mu had already comprehended Wind Upanishad to an extremely profound level, so he was very familiar with it. Although the speed was slower, it was still many times faster than other people's comprehension speed. This time, Chu Mu used 3 whole days to comprehend Wood Upanishad to perfection. Unsealed the 3rd Upanishad, Water Upanishad. The difficulty of comprehending Water Upanishad was higher than Wood Upanishad. Chu Mu found a place with a river and sat beside it. He felt the aura of the water and helped comprehend it. It took him 6 whole days to comprehend Water Upanishad to perfection. Unsealed the 4th Upanishad, Fire Upanishad. This time he stayed in his room and communicated with the earth core desolate flame. It took him 12 whole days to comprehend Fire Upanishad to perfection. Unsealed the 5th Upanishad, Earth Upanishad. He sat on the ground and felt the vibrations of the earth. 24 days later, Earth Upanishad reached perfection. Until now, Chu Mu had used a total of 46 days to comprehend Wind Upanishad, Wood Upanishad, Water Upanishad, Fire Upanishad, and Earth Upanishad to perfection. According to this pattern, it would take him 48 days to comprehend the 6th Upanishad. It would take him twice as long to comprehend the 7th and 8th Upanishad. As for the Space Upanishad, it would take him even longer. Next, he still needed to refine it. It would take him a lot of time. Looks like I still have to use the Heaven Comprehension Pill. Chu Mu thought to himself. It was true that the Heaven Comprehension Pill was precious, but no matter how precious it would only be a decoration if it wasn't used. Perhaps the Heaven Comprehension Pill would be of greater use in the future. However, if he didn't use it now, it would be a waste of time. He might as well use it now to save time and win the future. No one knew if he would be able to obtain more Heaven Comprehension Pills in the future or obtain pills of higher quality than the Heaven Comprehension Pill. Chumu's open-minded attitude allowed him to see things through. Since he had decided to use the Heaven Comprehension Pill, Chumu immediately unsealed the void and corporeal Upanishad. Then he unsealed the cloud Upanishad, the ice Upanishad, the thunder Upanishad, and the space Upanishad. Of the 4 Upanishad, the cloud Upanishad was only a hair's breadth away from perfection. The ice Upanishad and the thunder Upanishad had both reached Deshang's level. Only the space Upanishad was at minor completion. After making his preparations, Chumu took out the Heaven Comprehension Pill and consumed it. The medicinal energy spread out and he immediately entered a state of enlightenment. However, Chumu could clearly feel this state. He also felt that his comprehension ability seemed to have increased by more than 10 times. The Heaven Comprehension Pill was a precious pill. The increase in comprehension ability was proportional. The higher one's comprehension ability was, the better the effect. A 10-fold increase in comprehension ability didn't mean that Chumu's comprehension speed had increased by 10 times. It was several dozen times or even 100 times. There were only 2 hours. In fact, it was very short. Chumu didn't dare to waste any time. He immediately comprehended the cloud Upanishad. In just an instant, the cloud Upanishad had reached perfection. Next was the ice Upanishad. Soon, the ice Upanishad had reached perfection as well. Then, the thunder Upanishad had reached perfection as well. After an hour, Chumu immediately comprehended the Wukong Upanishad. Chapter 831. 1 hour was a very short period of time. While he was comprehending, it was like a flash. Chumu opened his eyes and left his state of comprehension. He let out a long breath and let out a long sigh, feeling a bit regretful. Just a little bit more, 99%. When the Heaven Comprehension Pill's effect passed, Huang Xiaolong had comprehended the space mystery to 99%. Chumu had originally planned on using the rainbow aura from comprehending various profounds to reach the perfect stage, to comprehend the void profound to the perfect stage in one go. However, the difference between 99% and 100% was like a heavenly moat. He was stuck and unable to break through. Forcing himself to comprehend, Chumu began to feel irritated. He quickly woke up and exited his state. Haste makes waste. He had comprehended too much and was not suitable to continue. If he wanted to comprehend the space mystery to perfection at 99%, he could only look for an opportunity. Chumu tried to use the 9 Revolution Heavenly Shocking Seal to refine the wood mystery, but he found that the progress was minimal. Although his space profound wasn't complete yet, Chumu was already using the Fiend crystal to refine his various profound that had reached complete. His progress was slightly faster than using the 9 Revolution Heavenly Shocking Heart imprint. Of course, it was still very slow, but it was better than constantly refining in all aspects. Chumu had enough demonic crystals, so he did not need to worry about the problem of consumption. Currently, other than the incomplete space ultimacy and the metal ultimacy that had been refined to the extreme, the wood ultimacy, water ultimacy, fire ultimacy, earth ultimacy, wind ultimacy, cloud ultimacy, ice ultimacy, and thunder ultimacy had all reached perfection. This kind of achievement could be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled in the world. After continuously staying in the room for 47 days, he was a bit irritated. Thus, Chumu walked out of the room and took a walk outside to relieve his boredom. It had already been a few months since the Outer Palace 100-year competition. Adding on the fact that Chumu often stayed in his room to cultivate, everyone's attention towards him slowly decreased. Now it was no longer like before, where everyone would surround Chumu as soon as they saw him. This allowed Chumu to let out a sigh of relief. Maybe I should leave the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace and walk around the Heaven Wasteland Sacred Mountain. Who knows, I might find an opportunity to perfect the space mystery. As he walked, Chumu suddenly had an idea. It was not easy to achieve perfection in the profound of emptiness. He had a feeling that no matter how hard he tried to comprehend it, he would not be able to achieve perfection in the profound of emptiness unless he used the remaining heaven comprehension pill. However, the heaven comprehension pill was very precious. He had already used one. If he used the remaining one, it would only improve the space mystery to perfection. He did not need to use it in other aspects. He felt that it would be a waste. As soon as he thought of it, Chu-Mu quickened his pace and flew down the heaven wasteland sacred mountain. His speed became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he became a flash of light. In a flash, Chu-Mu had already left the heaven wasteland sacred mountain. He flew in the air and flew towards the west. All of his ultimacies had been unsealed. His space mystery had reached 99%. As he flew, he integrated it into his ultimacy. His speed increased, and he was silent. The Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace was located on the Heaven Wasteland Divine Mountain. It was the center of the small world. There were many villages, towns, forests, swamps, rivers, lakes, and so on. There were also some dangerous places, such as the Earth's core Fire Valley. There were many dangerous places in the small world. There were low-grade, middle-grade, and high-grade dangerous places. The Earth's core Fire Valley was one of the low-grade dangerous places. The low-grade dangerous places were already so dangerous. What about the middle-grade dangerous places and high-grade dangerous places? Many disciples of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace would go out alone or in groups. They would go to the dangerous places to train and look for various treasures. They would either use them or exchange them. They would bring them back to the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace and exchange them for contribution points. Chu-Mu flew towards the west at an extremely fast speed. Silently, he overtook 3 figures who were flying at high speed. These 3 people were inner disciples of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace, swordsmen of the spirit condensation realm. They only felt that there was something next to them, and then a figure flashed past them at a very fast speed, and then gradually disappeared into the distance. They could see the style and color of the robe that the figure was wearing. Outer Palace disciple! The 3 of them looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. How can an Outer Palace disciple fly so fast? He is much faster than us. Treasure. He must have some kind of treasure that can increase his speed. That's right. Other than a treasure. There is no other explanation. I believe that even the top disciple of the Outer Palace, Chu-Mu, can't fly so fast. Chase after him. After the 3 of them finished speaking, they suddenly increased their speed and exploded. A roar sounded and a sonic boom broke through. The air was filled with smoke as if it was about to shatter. The speed of a god condensation realm swordsman was, after all, very fast. If Chu-Mu exploded with his full speed, he could be even faster. However, that would increase the consumption of his strength. He did not need to do that. His purpose was only to walk around and see if he could encounter any opportunities. He did not have a specific destination. Chu-Mu also knew that he had overtaken the 3 people, but he did not care. At this time they accelerated and caught up. Chu-Mu also felt it, but he was bold and did not care about it. Not long after, Chu-Mu was caught up by the 3 people. They immediately formed an encirclement, and Chu-Mu was vaguely surrounded by them. Junior brother, your flying speed is very fast. Do you have any treasure? Where did you buy it? We also want to buy one of the inner disciples said. Under the control of the sword energy, his voice was not affected by the airflow and high speed at all. It condensed into a beam and directly entered Chu-Mu's ears. The other 2 could also hear it. There are no treasures. Chu-Mu indifferently replied, Looks like junior brother is dishonest. You dare to lie in front of senior brother. The second inner disciple sneered. Junior martial brother, senior martial brother, and I are sincerely inquiring. We plan to purchase similar treasures. The third inner disciple also said, All right, the 3 of us are from the 100 Swords Alliance. I wonder if junior brother has heard of the 100 Swords Alliance. Never heard of it, Chu Mu said. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. You will know in the future. The Hundred Swords Alliance is one of the top forces in the Inner Palace. It is only below a few powerful forces. The current leader is in the top 30 of the Inner Palace competition, and the deputy leader is also in the top 100. They are not to be trifled with. It was as if they were teaching Chu Mu common knowledge. In fact, they were telling Chu Mu that they were not ordinary and that he should not offend them. Oh. Chu Mu's reaction was very calm. What does that have to do with me? I am just an outer palace disciple. His words made the 3 inner palace disciples almost vomit blood and fly into a rage. Junior brother, stop immediately and hand over your flying treasure. Otherwise, this place is a little far from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. No one will know if something happens. The inner palace disciple who spoke first threatened fiercely. A sharp aura surged and showed signs of attacking. The other 2 did not speak, but Chu Mu could feel the subtle changes in their auras. Not afraid at all. Chu Mu's lips curled into a smile. It's not impossible for me to hand over the treasure, but you have to catch up with me first. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom in the air as if an explosion had occurred. Terrifying airwaves swept out in all directions like endless waves. Chu Mu's figure turned into a stream of light in front of the 3 inner palace disciples. His speed increased by several times and he flew out. The sharp sonic boom was so ear-piercing that it made their eardrums vibrate and made them dizzy. The terrifying airwaves also made their bodies wobble like a small boat in a stormy sea. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu's figure quickly became smaller in their eyes. Then he turned into a black dot and disappeared. The 3 inner palace disciples steadied themselves and looked at each other in shock. For a moment, they did not react. Damn it, chase him! One of the inner palace disciples roared in exasperation. He increased his speed to the maximum and did not care about the energy consumption. Wait. Just as the 3rd disciple was about to speak, the 2nd disciple also increased his speed and chased after him. He had no choice but to follow suit. The sudden burst of speed increased Chu Mu's speed by 3 to 4 times. He was already faster than the speed of sound, but now he was several times faster than that. Within a second, he flew out more than 2,000 meters. This feeling of being as fast as lightning made him feel extremely refreshed. The scenery on both sides flashed by like white steeds flitting through a gap. The air in front of him was crazily spinning, letting out waves of roars as it charged over. However, it was broken apart by Chu Mu's charge. Not long after, an ear-piercing sonic boom rang out. That sound was not something ordinary Origin Realm swordsmen could withstand. They would bleed from their mouth and nose and be injured. When the 3 inner palace disciples came up, they didn't attack immediately. Chu Mu didn't plan on exposing his strength either. Therefore, he used his speed to escape. Otherwise, if he wanted to, he could use his sword intent and metal profound to fully explode and kill the 3 inner palace disciples. That was because the cultivation of those 3 inner palace disciples were only at the initial stage of the god congealing realm. With such a cultivation, they weren't some genius swordsman who could fight above his rank. In Chu Mu's eyes, they were no different from chickens and dogs. Chu Mu could feel the 3 of them chasing after him. However, he maintained his speed. Not only were they unable to catch up, but they were also pulled further and further away. Finally, they lost sight of Chu Mu's aura. Damned outer palace disciple, I'll remember you. You better pray that next time we don't meet, or else I'll teach you a lesson. Losing their target, the 3 inner palace disciples were incomparably furious as they roared in the direction Chu Mu left. Chapter 832. After getting rid of the 3 inner disciples, Chu Mu gradually slowed down, maintaining a speed that was faster than the speed of sound. In this way, the consumption of energy was proportional to the recovery of energy. Chu Mu naturally heard the roars of the 3 inner disciples, but he didn't care. The next time they met, they would know who would teach who a lesson. Although this pocket dimension wasn't big, it wasn't small at all. Flying over mountains, rivers, forests, he kept flying towards the west. He flew past many villages and cities, and below him, the outline of a city appeared. This huge city was several times bigger than the ones he had flown past before. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. A feeling made Chu-Mu stop in the air, and then he flew down towards the entrance of the city. There were 3 big words written on top of the huge city wall that were tens of meters tall. The strokes were like dragons and snakes, and the sharpness was restrained. Chaotic Sky City. Chu-Mu didn't know much about this pocket dimension. He didn't know how many danger zones there were and what the famous ones were called. His understanding was limited because he didn't have enough time. Glancing at the 3 words of Chaotic Sky City, Chu-Mu immediately determined that these 3 words were carved with a sword. The person who carved them was a powerful expert with extremely high attainments in sword arts. At the very least, he was a Sword King rank expert. Walking into the Chaotic Sky City, one had to pay a fee of desolate stones. But for Chu-Mu, it was not much. The Chaotic Sky City was a big city with a large population. People came and went, and it was very lively. At first glance, most of the people were carrying swords, and their strength was at least at the Chi-Hai realm. Most of them were at the Origin realm, and Spirit Condensation realm swordsmen were also quite common. Chu-Mu strolled on the streets of the Chaotic Sky City, looking around. His sword was in the space ring, and his aura was concealed. He looked like an ordinary person. Generally speaking, the names of the cities in this pocket dimension had some history. For example, the volcanic mountain city was built because it was close to the Earth Core Fire Valley. Its name was also related to the Earth Core Fire Valley. Is this Chaotic Sky City also close to some danger zone? While walking and looking at the scenery, Chu-Mu also started asking around. It didn't take long for him to understand. It turned out that about 500 li northwest of Chaos Sky City, there was a danger zone called the Chaos Sky Realm. The name was simple, and it was much less imposing than the Earth Core Desolate Fire Valley, the extreme ice snow mountain forests, and so on. However, the Chaos Sky Realm was a high-level danger zone, and a very dangerous one at that. The unique characteristic of the chaotic void territory was that there would often be spatial rifts within it. You simply didn't know when and where they would appear. The power of the spatial rifts was extremely terrifying. If a divine condensation realm swordsman encountered one, they would be instantly annihilated. Even a sword of Gojosian level expert wouldn't be able to resist it. There were even some terrifying spatial rifts that could destroy sword saints. In such a dangerous place, the spatial turbulence would also bring some treasures here. Therefore, with high risks came high opportunities. If one was lucky, the rewards would be quite good. However, the chaotic void territory was too dangerous. Almost all swordsmen didn't dare to go deep into it. They only dared to venture outside and try their luck. After all, the probability of spatial rifts appearing outside was 100 times lower than inside. After learning about the characteristics of the chaotic void territory, Chu-Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. Spatial rifts, spatial turbulence. Wasn't this the opportunity he was looking for? To comprehend profound, the best place to do so was a place that corresponded to it. For example, the profound of fire was close to fire. For the profound of water, it was close to water. For the profound of space, it was naturally better to be close to a place with spatial energy. Spatial rifts and spatial turbulence were all manifestations of spatial energy. Perhaps after observing them, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough in the profound of space and reach perfection. After learning about the situation, Chu-Mu immediately turned around and walked towards the city gate of Chaos Sky City. He flew in the air and headed northwest. Chaos Sky City corresponded to the chaotic void territory. It had a large population and many experts. Not all swordsmen would enter the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Outside the palace, there would be quite a number of Origin Realm and Divine Condensation Realm swordsmen. Therefore, Chu Mu flying in the air did not cause any surprise. 500 miles was not a long distance for Chu Mu. With his usual speed, he would arrive there in 15 minutes. Staying in the air, Chu Mu could already see the chaotic void territory. Looking at it, it seemed to be a void. However, he could feel a terrifying power that made one's heart tremble. It was being nurtured and spiraled, as if it was about to explode. Letting out a breath, Chu Mu landed on the ground. From the naked eye, there was no boundary between the inside and outside of the chaotic void territory. One could only sense it. Once one entered the chaotic void territory, one would feel that the flow of air had changed. Due to the influence of spatial energy, it had become somewhat disordered. There was no fixed entrance. One could enter the chaotic void territory from any direction. However, looking inside, one's sight was limited. It was about 1,000 meters. Beyond that, it would become blurry. The light and air would be distorted. The further one went, the harder it would be to see clearly. The air around him was somewhat disordered. At one moment, it would flow to the left. In the next moment, it would flow to the right. It would flow up and down without any pattern. In this kind of place, it was very difficult to absorb the desolate chi in the air. Once the sword energy was exhausted, it would need to be recovered with pills. A dozen meters above, a strange and terrifying energy fluctuation appeared. Chu Mu looked up and saw a tiny black mark appear and disappear in an instant. His heart palpitated and his body trembled. A spatial crack. "Stop! Chase!" A shout rang out, and a figure quickly rushed towards Chu Mu. His expression was anxious, and his face was full of blood. He was in a very sorry state as he fled in panic. There were a few wounds on his body that were bleeding. In the chaotic void territory, it was best not to fly. Even in the outer area, the chaotic air flow would affect flying. Moreover, flying in the air would have a high probability of encountering a spatial crack. Behind the fleeing person, there were 4 people with vicious expressions on their faces. With a glance, Chu Mu could tell the cultivation of these people. They were all swordsmen of the God Condensation Realm. They were all at the initial stage of the God Condensation Realm. Other people's matters had nothing to do with him. Chu Mu would not interfere. Therefore, he quickened his pace and moved away from those swordsmen of the God Condensation Realm. However, sometimes it was not something that could be avoided even if one wanted to. The fleeing person, for some reason, changed his direction and rushed towards Chu Mu. His speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of Chu Mu in an instant. Chu Mu did not want to attract this kind of unnecessary trouble. His figure dodged. That person staggered and fell to the ground. It seemed that his mind was not clear. The 4 people who had caught up immediately surrounded that person, including Chu Mu. "Hand over the item immediately, and we can give you a quick death." One of the 4 swordsmen of the God Condensation Realm shouted. They looked to be around 40 years old and were not disciples of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace. The swordsman on the ground had blood all over his face. There were many wounds all over his body that were still bleeding. He struggled with difficulty. "Hand it over, or you will suffer a fate worse than death." 2 of the 4 swordsmen of the God Condensation Realm threatened. "I say, you guys deal with your own matters. It has nothing to do with me." Being ignored, Chu Mu was a little speechless. However, he still spoke up. "Origin Realm swordsman. Outer Palace, disciple of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace." Immediately, the 4 swordsmen of the God Condensation Realm quickly communicated with their eyes. "So you are a disciple of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace. I am very sorry. You can leave now." One of the 4 smiled and cupped his hands. He even made way for Chu Mu. Chu Mu did not say anything and walked away. The eyes of the God Condensation Realm swordsman who made way for Chu Mu flashed with a hint of savagery. Facing Chu Mu's back, he instantly attacked. Sword energy burst out. Sword will surged, profound intent poured in, and the power of divine sense fused into it. It condensed into a terrifying power that pierced towards Chumu's back in an extreme way. Then it exploded. The sky shattered, and a trace of darkness flashed. The space in the chaotic sky domain was unstable and could be easily broken. However, the power was not strong. The sneak attack was made with full strength. In their eyes, Chumu was already a dead man. As swordsmen who had spent years in various dangerous places, fighting between life and death to grow to where they were now, which one of them was not vicious and merciless? Either they did not attack, or once they did, they would attack with all their strength, not giving the opponent the slightest chance. A disciple of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace is only SOO. The other 3 swordsmen of the God Condensation realm sneered. However, before they could finish, their faces were filled with astonishment. At some unknown time, Chumu had actually dodged that sure-kill attack. His figure danced with the air, and with a circle, he was like a swallow returning. His posture was graceful, and his trajectory was perfect. The 8 Heaven Wasteland swords were unsheathed. Sword light drew a flawless trajectory, leaving a trace of darkness in the air. Chumu's counterattack was so sudden, so fast, and so perfect. The God Condensation Realm swordsman who had launched the sneak attack did not have any chance to dodge. Even blocking was extremely difficult. Amidst his shock, the God Condensation Realm swordsman laughed instead. Indeed, he could not dodge or block. However, the problem was, how could the sword of a mere Origin Realm swordsman kill him? A God Condensation Realm swordsman who had experienced hundreds of battles? It probably could not even cut through his protective sword aura. Even if it did, he still had his protective inner armor. Without fear, he prepared to take Chumu's attack head-on. At the same time, he was accumulating power to counterattack and kill Chumu in one strike. The sword tip approached, and the protective sword aura was as fragile as tofu. That inner armor was only king grade and could not withstand it either. It was directly torn apart. The pain of being torn apart spread throughout his body. Only then did the God Condensation Realm swordsman react. He roared in grief and indignation. He wanted to take Chumu down with him, but Chumu dodged it. Sword light flashed through the air from the corner of his eyes, and he saw a headless body fall down with blood spurting from its neck. Kill! The other 3 God Condensation Realm swordsmen were first shocked, then roared. They all drew their swords and attacked Chumu without holding back. Chapter 833. The 3 swordsmen of the early stage of the Spirit Condensation realm attacked with all their might. Each of them had been through hundreds of battles and had walked the line between life and death many times. Their swordsmanship was brilliant and their strength was tyrannical. Amidst their killing intent, 3 terrifying sword light attacked from 3 different angles. Their seamless cooperation made Chumu feel a trace of pressure. Peak 8th Revolution sword intent and peak 8th Revolution metal profound exploded in an instant. Heaven and earth roared, and a terrifying black crack suddenly appeared in the air above Chumu. Its shocking power made one's hair stand on end. His strength exploded, and his sword slashed out. The sword light was like a crescent moon in the sky. His body twisted strangely. Chumu dodged 2 swords, blocked 1, and counterattacked with a sword, instantly cutting through the throats of 2 of the swordsmen. The third was also the strongest. His cultivation was at the peak of the early stage of the Spirit Condensation realm. Shocked, he made a prompt decision to use a secret technique. His blood burned and instantly covered his entire body. He fell to the ground like a meteor from outer space. With a bang, a terrifying explosion shook the area. As the bloody light shot out, the ground shattered. The 2 swordsmen of the Spirit Condensation realm who were about to fall to the ground were sent flying by the impact. Their bodies were cut into pieces, from top to bottom. Chu Mu also faced this terrifying bloody light. He had no choice but to use his sword to block it, and at the same time use the flying swan illusory steps to dodge. 3 pitch-black cracks appeared in the air. The swordsmen of the early stage of the spirit condensation realm, who were wrapped in the bloody light, shot up into the sky. They swept past the pitch-black cracks, and with a turn, they quickly headed out of the chaotic void zone. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Chu Mu had only just defeated all the bloody light and was unable to chase after them. The last blood ray should be a powerful secret technique. The side effects must be huge as well for swordsmen of the spirit condensation realm. Because they wanted to kill Chu Mu, 3 had died and 1 had escaped. The situation must be very bad. As for the divine condensation realm swordsman who had been chased down earlier, he was also very unlucky. He was already heavily injured, and now he was affected by the bloodlight. Both of his legs were cut off, and he was on the verge of death. This was the first time Chu Mu had used his full strength since the gold sword intent had been unsealed, and the results were frighteningly good. 3 of the 4 deity condensation realm swordsmen had died, and they had been easily killed by Chu Mu. The heavily injured god, congealing realm swordsman on the ground was still tenaciously holding on. Chu Mu quickly collected the spatial bracelets of the 3 dead divine condensation realm swordsmen, then walked to the side of the heavily injured person. With a single glance, he knew that there was no hope for the other party, unless he had a shockingly effective medicinal pill. Unfortunately, Chu Mu didn't have any. "Sir, you must be an outer palace disciple of the heaven wasteland earth palace," the dying spirit, congealing realm swordsman, said with difficulty. As he spoke, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Do you have any last wishes?" Chu Mu asked. "My name is Lin Rong. This time I was chased down because I had a fortuitous encounter in the chaotic sky territory. It was the heart sword secret record of the sword of Gojoseon." Cough, cough. As he spoke, he also observed Chu Mu's reaction. Chu Mu's face was calm. "I am willing to use all the savings in my spatial bracelet to ask Sir to give the heart sword secret record to the heaven wasteland earth palace's outer palace disciple, Lin Feng. If Sir wants to cultivate the heart sword secret record, that is fine, but please make a copy for Lin Feng. I will be eternally grateful." As he spoke, his voice became softer and softer, and his breath became weaker and weaker. Then his head tilted and he breathed his last. He had lost too much blood, and both of his legs had been cut off. To be able to say his last words in one breath was already not bad. Dying in front of him, Chu Mu didn't feel sad or regretful, because this person had nothing to do with him. He took off the other party's spatial bracelet and used his spiritual consciousness to check it. There were some medicinal herbs and elixirs, as well as metal ores and a large pile of middle, high, and top-grade wildstones. There should be hundreds of thousands, or even millions of them. There were also a few manuals. Chu Mu took out and took a look. Most of them were heaven-level manuals, which were useless to Chu Mu. What really interested him was the so-called heart sword secret record. Chu Mu had never heard of the sword of Gojoseon before. He didn't know enough about the geography and culture of this small world. However, since he had embarked on the path of swordsmanship, he had seen many experts at the level of the sword of Gojoseon. In fact, there were many disciples in the heaven wasteland earth palace, and every one of them was a sword of Gojoseon. And Chu Mu himself would also become a sword of Gojoseon, and it wouldn't take too long. For example, if a person knew that it wouldn't take too long for him to have a fortune of tens of millions, he would naturally not be shocked by someone who already had a fortune of tens of millions. After skimming through the heart sword secret record, Chu Mu was shocked. He felt that the heart sword secret record was very profound. He simply put it away and would read it carefully after returning to the heaven wasteland earth palace. Chu Mu didn't agree or refuse Lin Rong's request. It all depended on the situation. However, Chu had an impression of Lin Feng. The bloody light broke through the sky and flew towards the chaotic sky city. It fell like a meteor, and with a boom, a deep pit was created. A person covered in blood was embedded in it with his hands and feet twisted in a strange way. The huge explosion caused shock waves that spread out in all directions. Rocks and trees were shattered and dust billowed. Immediately, many people were attracted to the scene. Heart Sword. Sword of Gojoseon's Heart Sword secret record appeared in the chaotic sky territory, an outer disciple of the heaven wasteland Earth Palace. The peak spirit condensation realm swordsman stuttered. Then his neck bent and he breathed his last. He was very sad. He used this terrifying secret technique to kill Chu, but in the end he couldn't kill him. He could only use the power of the secret technique to escape. After escaping to the outside of the chaotic sky city, he ran out of strength and fell from a height of hundreds of meters. Normally, falling from a height of hundreds of meters would at most cause some injuries. If he had his cultivation to protect himself, he would only be a little embarrassed. However, he had used up all his strength and blood, and he didn't cultivate the heaven wasteland sword body. His body was ordinary, and his condition was unprecedentedly bad. When he fell, his hands and feet were broken, his internal organs were damaged, and he lost a lot of blood. But he was also very cruel. Before he died, he wanted to kill Chu. Heart Sword of Gojoseon. Heart Sword secret record. No one cared about the life or death of the spirit condensation realm swordsman. Instead, they were shocked by what he said. Chaotic sky territory, let's go. The outer disciple of the heaven wasteland Earth Palace. Amidst the shouting, all the origin realm and spirit condensation realm swordsmen flew up into the sky and quickly flew towards the chaotic sky territory. It was obvious that the Heart Sword secret record of the Sword of Gojoseon was very attractive to them. When the news spread out, all the families and forces in the chaotic sky city knew about it. The Heart Sword secret record of the Sword of Gojoseon has appeared. This Heart Sword of Gojoseon doesn't belong to the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace, but he is a legend. His Heart Sword secret record is even more mysterious and powerful. We must get the Heart Sword secret record in our hands. If I get the Heart Sword secret record, I can kill swordsmen of the same level as dogs. The outer disciple of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace. Even if he is an inner disciple, we'll kill him if he gets the Heart Sword secret record. There was no doubt that the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace was very powerful, but with enough benefits, there were still people who dared to provoke them. Moreover, it was just an outer disciple. So what if he was killed? The Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace probably wouldn't make a big fuss over it. In the chaotic sky city, the spirit condensation realm swordsmen of the various families also moved out. They formed groups and headed towards the chaotic sky territory to search for the outer disciple of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace who had the Heart Sword secret record. It was imaginable that the chaotic sky territory would be unprecedentedly chaotic. All kinds of conflicts would definitely be 100 times more than before. At this time, the outer disciple of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace who had obtained the Heart Sword secret record had already changed his clothes. Chu temporarily kept the standard robe of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace. Otherwise, if it was damaged, he would have to go back and get it again, which would be a little troublesome. Most importantly, Chu also thought of one thing. The peak spirit condensation realm swordsman who had used a secret technique to escape might spread the news. At that time, he would definitely be in a lot of trouble. The other party didn't recognize him, so it wouldn't be so easy to describe his appearance. After all, although his appearance wasn't bad, he wasn't shockingly handsome. Moreover, he didn't have any distinctive features. The biggest distinguishing feature was the standard robe of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace. After changing into the silver moon robe, he naturally put on the bright silver armor. Chu's defensive power instantly increased by several times, and his life-saving ability also increased. He slowly walked towards the chaotic sky territory. As he walked, he released his spiritual consciousness to feel the chaotic fluctuations in the space. In the outer area of the chaotic sky territory, the probability of space cracks and space turbulence appearing was extremely low. Except for what he saw at the beginning, Chumu hadn't found anything up until now. Could it be that I have to enter the inner area of the chaotic sky territory? Chumu thought to himself. He raised his head and looked into the distance. 1,000 meters away, his vision was blurry, but there was a kind of trembling feeling. In the inner area of the chaotic sky territory, the probability of space cracks and space turbulence appearing was many times higher than in the outer area. Naturally, the danger was also many times higher. Of course, the opportunities were also greater. With a thought, Chumu slightly adjusted his direction and walked towards the inner area of the chaotic sky territory. The chaotic sky territory was extremely large. It was unknown how many times larger it was than the Earth-core desolate Fire Valley. Chumu didn't dare to go too fast. Therefore, it would take a long time to go deep into the territory. At this time, many figures broke through the sky and arrived. They stopped outside the chaotic sky territory, landed on the ground, and walked into the chaotic sky territory without stopping. Group after group, they all came in groups. Some had more than 10 people, and some had at least 3 people. Right now, these people were living in peace and wouldn't attack. However, once they found something, a conflict was inevitable. At that time, who knew how many of the weak people would die? Moreover, in the chaotic sky territory, if they accidentally encountered space cracks or space turbulence, it would be normal for a few people to die. But in order to obtain the Heart Sword secret record, everything was worth it. The arrival of these people gave Chumu a feeling from the depths of his heart that danger was approaching. Trouble was about to appear. Chumu remembered this in his heart. He didn't pay too much attention to it. He just prepared to deal with any trouble. Chapter 834. A large number of swordsmen entered the disordered sky zone, and most of them were God Condensation Realm swordsmen. Origin Realm swordsmen were even more dangerous in this place. Although Divine Condensation Realm swordsmen were no different from Origin Realm swordsmen when encountering spatial cracks and spatial turbulence, they would be directly killed without any resistance. However, Divine Condensation Realm swordsmen possessed the power of their soul, so their senses were sharper. They could discover spatial cracks and spatial turbulence faster and avoid them more easily. The more people entered the disordered sky zone, the more turbulent the airflow became. With a sizzling sound, another pitch-black crack appeared in the sky. A terrifying transparent airflow spread out and swept the surroundings, forming a vacuum state which made people tremble in fear. The crowd below was a little restless, and they quickly dispersed. They had to pay attention to the spatial cracks that might appear and also scan the surroundings to find the outer palace, disciples of the Heaven, Wasteland, Earth Palace. Their eyes flickered with light. This place was quite far from the Heaven, Wasteland, God Mountain, and it was a high-grade danger zone. The outer palace disciples of the Heaven, Wasteland, Earth Palace wouldn't come here, and they would at least be inner palace disciples. Therefore, they felt that it wouldn't be difficult to find an outer palace disciple of the Heaven, Wasteland, Earth Palace. They could tell just by looking at his clothes. However, after searching for an hour, they didn't find anything. The outer palace disciples of the Heaven, Wasteland, Earth Palace are all Origin Realm swordsmen. They can't go deep into the disordered sky zone, so why can't we find him? Right, maybe he changed his clothes, so we didn't recognize him. Search, continue searching, and expand the search target. Origin Realm swordsmen, suspected to be disciples of the Heaven, Wasteland, Earth Palace. While searching, these God Condensation Realm swordsmen from the families of the disordered sky zone also went deep into the disordered sky zone. Going deep into the disordered sky zone didn't mean that they had entered the inner region. The outer region was still very large. There were a total of 3 groups, and each group had more than a dozen people. All of them were at the God condensation realm, and the leaders of the three groups were at the peak of the God condensation realm, Desheng. In this small world, the sword of Gojoseon was an unreachable existence among the families outside the heaven wasteland earth palace. Complete God condensation realm swordsmen could be considered the strongest swordsmen. Moreover, families with God condensation realm swordsmen were not ordinary forces. Chu Mu's walking speed was very slow because he was walking and sensing at the same time. The junior in front, hold it right there. A voice rang out. After that, someone quickly caught up. Junior, let me ask you, have you ever seen an outer palace disciple of the heaven wasteland earth palace here? A Zhang clan swordsman who had achieved a small success in the spirit congealing realm asked. No, Chu Mu replied. Indeed, apart from himself, he had never seen any other external disciples of the heaven wasteland earth palace in the chaotic sky domain. Junior, hand over all your bracelets and let me inspect them. The swordsman at the initial stage of the spirit condensation realm stared at Chu Mu with a somewhat suspicious look in his eyes. Soon after, he spoke in a commanding tone. The others stared at Chu Mu expressionlessly. Chu Mu frowned. He immediately understood that the target of these people was probably him or the heart sword's secret record in his space ring. If he handed over his space ring for inspection, they would not be able to find anything because the heart sword's secret record and important treasures were all in the space ring. However, facing a group of God condensation realm swordsmen who were weaker than him, how could Chu Mu hand over his space ring? That would be an insult. Even if they were stronger than him, Chu Mu would not yield. Junior, don't make a mistake. Seeing that Chu Mu had no intention of taking out his space ring, the swordsman at the initial stage of the spirit condensation realm swordsman's face darkened. His tone carried traces of anger. Hand over your space ring for me to inspect. Chu Mu replied indifferently. Junior, you're too unreasonable. The swordsman at the initial stage of the spirit condensation realm swordsman was enraged. He sent out a slap, causing a strong gust of wind. A figure flashed in front of him, and his palm missed. He immediately grabbed forward, wanting to grab Chu Mu. He was an initial stage swordsman at the initial stage of the spirit condensation realm, but he couldn't do anything to an origin stage swordsman, especially in front of so many people. How embarrassing. The swordsman at the initial stage of the spirit condensation realm swordsman was enraged. He pulled out his sword, and a sword light pierced through the air, preparing to cut off the tendons in Chu Mu's hand. The swordsman's actions angered Chu Mu. Originally, Chu Mu did not plan to fight in the chaotic sky area. It was extremely dangerous. However, the swordsman was so unscrupulous and used force to oppress him. If he did not use his sword, how could he vent his anger? With that thought, he unsheathed the 8-sided sky desolation sword. Sword intent and metal profound exploded. His body trembled as he moved, dodging the opponent's sword and counterattacking. The power was contained within the sword, and the opponent could not feel it at all. He thought that his protective sword aura and king-grade armor would be enough to block it. A slight sound rang out as the sword sliced through the opponent's head. An origin stage swordsman had killed an initial stage swordsman at the initial stage of the spirit condensation realm in one strike. This scene seemed so absurd. However, such an absurd scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. After killing the opponent in one strike, Chu Mu picked up the swordsman's spatial bracelet and put it away. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Damn it! How dare you sneak attack a member of the Zhang clan? This junior deserves to die. Chase! The leader of the Zhang clan, Desheng, roared. He unsheathed his sword, and a sword light pierced through the air as he chased. More than 10 spirit condensation realm swordsmen chased after Chu Mu. Everyone, even if this junior is not an outer disciple of the Heaven Desolation Earth Palace, he must have some treasures on him. Otherwise, he would not be able to kill a spirit condensation realm swordsman. While chasing, the leader of the Zhang clan transmitted a message to the swordsmen of the other two forces. The two groups of people who were originally surprised by Chu Mu's strength did not plan on interfering. However, when they heard this, their eyes lit up. They were tempted. Although the Heart Sword secret record was important, if they could obtain other treasures, it would be great too. It could be considered an unexpected gain. Immediately, the other two groups of people also chased after Chu Mu. There were more than 40 spirit condensation realm swordsmen chasing after him. Among them, 3 of them were at the peak of the spirit condensation realm Desheng. If this scene was seen by others who knew how many people's eyes would pop out of their heads, because the person they were chasing was only an origin stage swordsman. Although each of the 40 spirit condensation realm swordsmen was not as strong as him, they were still very frightening when they worked together. Chu Mu did not have the confidence to fight against them. Once he was surrounded, it would be very disadvantageous for him. He kept retreating. That route actually led him deep into the chaotic net sky domain. Suddenly, Chu Mu felt his hair stand on end. He instinctively moved to the side. He saw a finger-sized, pitch-black crack appear where he was retreating. It disappeared in a flash, but the aura it released made people feel despair. A spatial crack. Fortunately, Chu Mu dodged in time. Otherwise, if he touched that spatial crack, he would have been torn apart and swallowed. As he dodged, he also saw a spatial crack. While he was shocked, his speed decreased. Immediately, he was caught up. 2 sword light attacked from the left and right. Chu Mu frowned slightly. He made up his mind and counterattacked fiercely. Peak 8th Revolution Sword Intent and Peak 8th Revolution Gold Profound merged into a sword. The sword light split and killed the 2 Spirit Condensation Realm swordsmen in an instant. If the Divine Congealing Realm initial success swordsman being killed by Chu Mu was due to underestimation, luck, and a sneak attack, then the 2 Divine Congealing Realm beginner swordsmen being killed wasn't due to luck. Either Chu Mu was a peerless genius who could kill Spirit Condensation Realm swordsmen in the origin stage, or he had some heaven-defying treasure that gave him such ability. They had never heard of anyone who could kill Spirit Condensation Realm swordsmen in the origin stage. Even the famous Zhu Xian sword of Gojoseon could not do it. Therefore, they thought it was the latter. The sword light broke through the air. Chu Mu dodged and counterattacked. From time to time, Spirit Condensation Realm swordsmen would die under his sword, killing them one by one. Chu Mu's expression did not change. He was like a cold-blooded person who did not show any mercy. Not long after, more than 10 Spirit Condensation Realm swordsmen had died under Chu Mu's sword. There were people from all 3 forces. This made them both shocked and angry. They wanted nothing more than to cut Chu Mu into pieces. One had to know that any Spirit Condensation Realm swordsmen were the main force in their forces. Amidst the pursuit and counterattacks, Chu Mu had unknowingly ventured deeper into the chaotic sky territory. The 15th Spirit Condensation Realm swordsman died under Chu Mu's sword. Chu Mu's expression was as cold as a demon of the sword. It made people shudder. His sword was a sword that took lives, a sword of death. The benefits of comprehending the profound of space were also shown. Every time a spatial crack appeared, Chu Mu would sense it in advance and avoid it by a hair's breadth. As a matter of fact, Chu Mu once again avoided a spatial crack that suddenly appeared. However, the people chasing him were not so lucky. One of them accidentally touched a spatial crack. Without a sound, a huge hole was directly swallowed in his waist. Everything inside disappeared silently. He died in pain. This shocking scene was even more shocking and chilling. The remaining people stopped chasing. They were afraid of the spatial crack. They could only watch as Chu Mu gradually disappeared from their sight. It's too dangerous here. Let's retreat first. Send the news back to the clan. mobilize people, and seal off the outside. Once that damned Origin Realm swordsman appear, we will attack immediately. They hated Chu Mu to the core. They wanted nothing more than to capture Chu Mu and skin him alive. At the same time, Chu Mu's strength had left a deep impression in their hearts. Even if he had treasures, he was still very terrifying. That kind of swordsmanship, the art of reaping lives, was soul-stirring. As Chu Mu ventured deeper into the chaotic sky territory, the airflow became even more chaotic. Because Chu Mu had comprehended the profound of space, he could sense the power of space. Therefore, he always felt his heart palpitating. It was as if a spatial crack could appear at any time. With every step, Chu Mu was very careful. His essence, chi, and spirit were all raised to the peak. He was 120% focused, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. Although he was in a dangerous place, it was also a kind of opportunity. At least in this place, he could clearly sense the ripples of the power of space. Chapter 835. Outside the disordered space zone, more figures flew over. They were all from the 3 major clans of the disordered space city, and they were all at least in the Origin Realm. There were more than 300 of them, which was enough to show the strength of the 3 major clans. These Origin Realm swordsmen were led by a dozen deity condensation realm swordsmen. They spread out and formed a blockade. Chu Mu's appearance had been drawn by the deity condensation realm swordsmen who were chasing after him. Everyone had seen it and memorized it, so they could recognize him at a glance. Other than the 300 Origin Realm swordsmen and the dozen deity condensation realm swordsmen, there are 3 more swordsmen who arrived late. These 3 swordsmen didn't look young in their 50s. They had extraordinary bearings and strength. As soon as the 3 of them landed, the deity condensation realm swordsmen of the 3 major clans all went over to greet them respectfully. These 3 people were the top experts of the 3 major clans. Each of them was at the complete deity condensation realm, and they were very powerful. "Tell us the details," one of the 3 said faintly. Yes, that person didn't look very old. He didn't even look to be 30 years old. When he talked about Chu Mu and how Chu Mu had killed a dozen deity condensation realm swordsmen, his tone was filled with anger. An Origin Realm swordsman killing a deity condensation realm swordsman. The 3 of them were shocked. If such a person didn't have any heaven-defying treasures on him, and he killed them with his own strength, he would definitely be a monstrous figure. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. It was best not to offend such a person if possible, even if he had the help of treasures. However, they had already offended him, and he had killed a dozen deity condensation realm swordsmen. It was a grudge that had to be resolved. "Let's enter the disordered space zone and take a look. If we find him, we'll kill him immediately to prevent future trouble," one of the 3 said. The other 2 nodded. The 3 of them moved and entered the disordered space zone. They were very powerful, and their divine sense was also very vigorous. When they spread it out, they could better detect the fluctuations of the spatial cracks and avoid them in time. Noiselessly, a pitch-black fissure appeared on the side of Chu Mu's right arm. It was like the gaping maw of a strange beast, ready to devour everything. As soon as it appeared, Chu Mu sensed it and instinctively dodged. A strange suction force pulled at his right arm. Fortunately, he managed to escape in time. Otherwise, his right arm would have been crippled. Terrifying spatial cracks appeared silently without any signs. It was impossible to guard against them. Chu Mu's face was solemn, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Walking in this place was extremely dangerous. He had to be careful with every step, and he had to raise his 6 senses to the limit. He also had to use the power of the profound of space to sense the spatial fluctuations around him. However, the spatial fluctuations here were extremely chaotic, making it hard for Chu Mu to grasp them. There were several times when he narrowly avoided the spatial rifts and was almost touched by them. The consequences of that would be extremely terrifying. What he didn't know was that some people had arrived outside. There were even 3 powerful characters who were looking for him. Once he was discovered, he would definitely face the threat of death. In this place, even if he stayed where he was, there was a chance of encountering a spatial crack. Chu Mu could only continue walking. He didn't know how much time had passed. It was difficult to feel the flow of time here. However, other than himself, he didn't see any other living things. However, thinking about it made sense. In such a terrifying place where spatial cracks wreaked havoc, there was probably nothing that could survive. If there were, it would definitely be an extremely terrifying existence. Once one encountered it, one's life would be in danger. Although danger often coexisted with opportunity, Chu Mu had encountered danger several times, but he hadn't encountered any opportunity. It seemed that the dead Lin Rong, who was able to obtain the Heart Sword secret record of the Heart Sword of Gojoseon, was indeed a person with great luck. Unfortunately, he still died in the end. Luck didn't mean everything. Strength was the most important. Chu Mu understood this principle more and more. It was the truth. Once again, he dodged the spatial crack. This time, the spatial crack was a bit larger. It was a full meter long and silently appeared, releasing a shocking suction force. Even though he was a few meters away, Chu Mu could clearly feel as if an invisible hand was grabbing onto his body and forcefully pulling him. Chu Mu hastily resisted, rapidly retreating. Only then did the suction force weaken. After losing its target, the spatial crack rapidly shrank after 3 breaths of time before vanishing without a trace. The space there returned to its original state. It didn't seem like there had been a spatial crack at all. In truth, before Chu Mu had arrived here, there had already been many spatial cracks. The spatial cracks had only existed for a short period of time. Chu Mu hadn't had the time to properly comprehend them before they disappeared. As a result, he hadn't been able to find a suitable opportunity to make a breakthrough in the mysteries of space. Chu Mu continued to venture deeper. He planned on looking for even larger spatial cracks, but that also meant greater risks. Wealth came from danger. If he wanted to improve, how could he not take risks? Deeper, deeper, deeper. Chu Mu didn't know how deep he had gone, or whether he had entered the inner part of the chaotic space. At this moment, Chu Mu stood there in a daze. His eyes were wide open as he looked ahead. His face was filled with shock. In front of him, a pitch-black crack was appearing. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was several meters long, and it was still expanding. It was like the dark eye of an ancient, strange beast that was about to open. It made people's hearts palpitate and the world tremble. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black crack was 10 meters long before it stopped expanding. At its widest point, it was half a meter wide. An extremely terrifying suction force directly affected the surrounding dozens of meters. Chu Mu hastily retreated. At the same time, he condensed his spiritual will and released it under the protection of his sword intent. He slowly approached the spatial crack. The spatial crack was extremely terrifying. There was also spatial turbulence around it. Chu Mu could only feel his sword intent and spiritual well being constantly pulled. He had to do his best to strengthen his control. Otherwise, once he was pulled into the spatial crack, he would be directly devoured. It would definitely cause him some damage. His sword intent and spiritual were consumed very quickly. It was difficult to comprehend them, but no matter how difficult it was, Chu Mu would still do it. At worst, he would just spend a bit more time. Immediately, traces of the essence of spatial energy and all kinds of comprehension began to appear in Chu Mu's heart. The difference between 99% void profound and 100% void profound was only 1%. But to cross that 1% was extremely difficult. The 10-meter-long spatial crack only existed for 10 breaths of time. After it disappeared, Chu Mu's comprehension was interrupted once more. He had just started and was immediately interrupted. The harvest could be said to be next to nothing. He continued to search for spatial cracks. Basically, he needed to find spatial cracks that were 10 meters long to give Chu-Mu some comprehension. But a 10-meter long spatial crack was not common. If he wanted to find one, he would need luck, whether it was good or bad luck. Chu-Mu could only continue to go deeper. The deeper he went, the higher the probability of encountering a spatial crack. Naturally, the probability of encountering a 10-meter-long spatial crack was also higher. The people outside were looking for Chu-Mu, but they couldn't find him. They were also looking for the Outer Palace disciple of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace who had obtained the Heart Sword secret record, but they couldn't find anything either. Because the Outer Palace disciple of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace was in the Origin Realm, there were some situations outside. Any Origin Realm sword disciple who didn't have any powerful backing would be investigated. This method was extremely infuriating and humiliating. But there was nothing the three great clans of the chaotic Sky City could do. They could only obey. Otherwise, they would lose their lives. Without a doubt, this method of the three great clans would infuriate the public. But with their strength, they wouldn't do anything to those with powerful backing. For the time being, no one could do anything to them. But no matter what they did, they couldn't find Chu-Mu. This was because Chu-Mu was now even deeper into the chaotic Sky City. In front of him was a 20-meter-long spatial crack. It had existed for 30 breaths of time, allowing Chu-Mu to comprehend it. After it disappeared, he still had some aftertaste. Chu-Mu looked a little embarrassed. His silver moon robe was torn in many places. It was because he had accidentally touched the spatial crack. Luckily, he reacted in time and avoided it. Otherwise, the silver moon robe wouldn't have been the only thing damaged. The silver moon robe had lost its effect. It was just an ordinary robe. Although it was a pity, Chu-Mu could accept it even if he had to pay a higher price for comprehending the profound of Yukong. Encountering another 10-meter-long spatial crack, Chu-Mu immediately tried to comprehend it. After many tries, his efficiency had increased. When the 10-meter-long spatial crack disappeared, Chu-Mu felt a wave of clarity in his soul, as if he was suddenly enlightened. So that's how it is, the mysteries of the power of space. As Lin Ming muttered to himself, the power of space within his spiritual world suddenly fluctuated. It twisted and stretched out as if it had grown out of thin air. As soon as it grew out, the power of space began to undergo a heaven-shaking change. It was like a finishing touch becoming complete. 100%. Perfection of the profound of space. In that instant, Chu-Mu's perception and grasp of the surrounding space increased by several times. From 99% to 100%, that was only a difference of 1%. But with this leap, the increase was clear and massive. Chu-Mu could understand this. For instance, he had personally experienced the God-sealing blood curse. The complete God-sealing blood curse was something that even a sword saint couldn't do anything to. As for the incomplete God-sealing blood curse, it would naturally weaken as time passed. Lin Ming could also use his mind to weaken it. The difference between the two was obvious. Since he had already comprehended the profound of space to perfection, Chu-Mu didn't plan on staying here. He immediately retreated. He didn't expect to find any lucky chances in this abnormally dangerous place. The power of the Yin energy crystal naturally wrapped around the perfection of the profound of space. It began to corrode and resist, slowly tempering it. Chapter 836. With the profound of space reaching perfection, Chu-Mu's perception of the spatial fluctuations around him became several times clearer. He could discover the signs of spatial cracks and dodge them in time. Thus, when he retreated, although he encountered some spatial cracks, he was not in any danger. If his profound of space had reached perfection when he entered, Chu-Mu was sure that his silver moon robe would not have been damaged at all. But then again, if his profound of space had reached perfection, he would not have come here. Entering was difficult, but exiting was easy. Not long after, Chu-Mu had returned to the place where he was being chased. A wave of divine sense swept through the air like lightning. When it passed by Chu Mu, it suddenly paused. Then, a figure flashed and quickly flew over. Chu Mu's heart skipped a beat. He had an ominous feeling and hurriedly rushed out of the chaotic space. "Junior, stop!" The shout came first, and the figure quickly rushed over. It was one of the great Circle Divine Condensation swordsmen from the 3 great clans. Not only did Chu Mu not stop, he increased his speed and rushed out. For a moment, the great Circle Divine Condensation swordsman could not catch up. It was not that he was slower than Chu Mu, but that he did not dare to use his true speed here. He was worried that he would encounter a spatial crack and not be able to dodge in time. Seeing that Chu Mu was about to leave, another figure appeared in front of him. He was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly shouted to intercept Chu Mu. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu was caught in a pincer attack. He quickly reacted and dodged to the side. Unexpectedly, another person appeared and surrounded him in a triangle. Although the 3 of them did not deliberately release their auras, Chu Mu could still feel that they were at the great Circle Divine Condensation swordsman. The current him could definitely fight against a divine condensation swordsman Deshang. He could also kill a peak Deshang, but a great Circle Divine Condensation swordsman was several times stronger than a peak Deshang. He did not have much confidence, not to mention there were 3 of them. If his 6 mind stars had broken through the seal, he would not be afraid of a battle. Facing the pressure of 3 powerful enemies, Chu Mu did not panic. His expression did not change, and he remained calm. His mind spun rapidly, looking for an opportunity to escape. "Junior, hand over all your treasures, and I can spare your life." One of the 3 stared at Chu Mu and shouted. The other 2 didn't say anything, but they walked over step by step in accordance with some kind of pattern. They cut off Chu Mu's possibility of escaping, increasing the pressure on Chu Mu. "Junior, it's best that you surrender." It was yet another sentence that constantly pressured and attacked Chu Mu from all aspects, disturbing his mind. Suddenly, a trace of perception appeared. Chu Mu's figure moved, using the flying swan illusory steps. Countless afterimages appeared in the area, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. In the next breath, the flying swan illusory steps turned into the inverse space step. He took a step forward, and in an instant, Chu Mu strangely appeared behind one of the great Circle Divine Condensation swordsmen. The 8-sided Sky Desolate swords were unsheathed, and the first 33 forms of the Sky Desolate sword art were combined into one, containing the power of Advanced Realm. Following that, the middle 33 forms were combined into one, containing the power of Advanced Realm. 2 sword light converged into a line, attacking the swordsman's back in unison. The profound of space was at the great circle, and the inverse space step was even more unpredictable. His attacks were impossible to guard against. The other 2 great Circle Divine Condensation swordsmen immediately attacked, and 2 sword lights pierced through the air. The Divine Condensation swordsman who was attacked by Chu Mu quickly strengthened his protective sword aura. However, the protective sword aura was as fragile as tofu, shattering in an instant. Chu Mu's 2-hit combo hit him in the back. His figure rushed forward, and he opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This great Circle Divine Condensation swordsman was only injured, but he didn't die. Chu Mu was shocked, but he immediately understood that the swordsman was protected by an Emperor-grade armor, which greatly weakened his 2-hit combo. He probably also cultivated a body tempering technique, which strengthened his body and enhanced his defense. That was why he didn't die. The defensive power of an Emperor-grade armor was far greater than that of a King-grade armor. If Chu Mu could use an Emperor-grade sword, he would naturally be able to break through it. No matter how sharp the 8-sided Desolation sword was, it was only a King-grade sword, and its sharpness was not enough. Without hesitation, Chu Mu quickly retreated, and at the same time he used the flying swan illusory steps to dodge the two sword lights. When the three swordsmen rushed over, a half-meter-long pitch-black crack silently appeared in the space in front of Chu-Mu. The three swordsmen's faces changed, and they quickly turned around. Chu-Mu had already used this opportunity to retreat 100 meters, and he continued to retreat. The injured, great, circle divine condensation swordsman was shocked and angry. He was actually injured by a junior, and he couldn't accept it. He immediately burst out with a portion of his speed and chased after Chu-Mu. His opponent had an emperor-grade armor and was not easy to deal with. Chu-Mu didn't plan to deal with him either. If it was a one-on-one situation, he was very confident that he could kill his opponent. However, in the current situation, it was impossible to fight one-on-one. If he was surrounded, it would be disadvantageous for him. Chu-Mu unleashed his full speed, and the complete mastery of the profound of space was integrated into his movement art. His speed was even faster, and his figure was even more ethereal. He quickly rushed out of the chaotic sky region. Outside, he saw many swordsmen forming a circle, and all of them were looking at him. "It's him. It's that guy. Stop him." All the divine condensation, realm, swordsmen moved. Beams of sword light shot out, forming a circle in the sky and on the ground, not allowing Chu-Mu to escape. Those Origin Realm swordsmen also cooperated, forming a huge sword net enveloping the surroundings. Chu-Mu's expression didn't change, and his face was cold. His speed didn't decrease, but instead increased. Like a sharp sword, he broke through the sky. Even if the sword net covered the sky, it couldn't stop him. Behind him, three silhouettes rushed out of the chaotic sky region, chasing after Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu was once again caught in a pincer attack. In the eyes of many onlookers, he was like a fish in a net, with nowhere to run. Once the three complete divine condensation realm swordsmen caught up, his situation would be even worse. Many of the onlookers were Origin Realm swordsmen, and all of them had a carefree expression. They knew that it was because of Chu-Mu that they were interrogated and humiliated. They all wished that Chu-Mu would be killed on the spot to vent their anger. Unfortunately, they were going to be disappointed. Chu-Mu approached the first wave of divine condensation realm swordsmen that tried to stop him. A fierce light flashed through his eyes, and his figure became ethereal. Between layers of silhouettes, he passed through the dozens of crisscrossing sword light. His sword slashed out in a perfect arc, and there was no way to escape from it. Without stopping, Chu-Mu passed by the dozens of divine condensation realm swordsmen. Immediately, a few of them had their throats cut open. Blood flowed out, and they struggled in the air for a while before falling to the ground with painful expressions on their faces. Chu-Mu's sword intent and gold profound had already rushed into their throats and destroyed them. There was no hope for these divine condensation realm swordsmen. The sword light set up by hundreds of Origin Realm swordsmen was the second line of defense. The sword net was very tight, and Chu-Mu estimated that it would be very difficult for him to break through it. He would definitely be caught up by the people chasing after him. When he neared the sword net, he used reverse air step, and his figure instantly disappeared, reappearing outside of the sword net. His speed exploded, and in the midst of rumbling, a sharp whistle tore through the air. Chu-Mu's figure had already transformed into a ray of light that flew far away. Not only did the sword net of hundreds of Origin Realm swordsmen fail to stop Chu-Mu, it even hindered the divine condensation realm swordsmen chasing after him, indirectly buying time for Chu-Mu to escape. When they passed through the sword net and were about to continue chasing, Chu-Mu's figure turned into a small black dot in their eyes. Chase! The great circle divine condensation realm swordsman that had been injured by Chu-Mu's attack roared out in anger. He turned into a streak of light and sped up, looking like he would not stop until he caught up to Chu-Mu. The other two were not willing to fall behind either. They thought that if they were caught, they might lose their share of the treasure. The great Circle Divine Condensation Realm swordsmen sped up at full speed, which was extremely terrifying. They slowly closed the distance between them and Chumu. After catching up, Chumu also sped up. He was very fast, and even faster after fusing with the profound of space. However, he was still a bit slower than the great Circle Divine Condensation Realm swordsman. Seeing the distance between them getting closer and closer, Chumu had a flash of inspiration as he thought of the mountain quake energy. Normally, the mountain quake energy was used as an attack and never as a support. He suddenly had an idea. What if he could fuse the mountain quake energy into his body and make his muscles vibrate at a high frequency, pushing the air and creating a propulsive force? All of a sudden, all the muscles in his body vibrated at a high frequency. As expected, they clashed with the air and created a force. However, Chumu's speed did not increase. Instead, it decreased. He immediately realized that the direction was wrong. All the muscles in his body vibrated, creating a propulsive force that came from all directions. They canceled each other out, so he had to choose a direction. Immediately after, he controlled a part of his muscles to vibrate at a high frequency, colliding with the air again and again. It was like a bee flapping its wings at a high speed. The propulsive force overlapped thousands of times in an instant, forming a powerful force. Amidst the rumbling sound, Chumu's speed increased by more than 30%. The three people chasing after him saw that Chumu's speed had increased again and was even faster than them. They were extremely angry, but also helpless. Their speed had already reached the limit, and they could not increase it anymore. Damn it, this junior really has a lot of treasures on him. They thought that Chumu's speed was so fast because he had treasures on him. There was no other way. Chumu gradually disappeared into the distance, turning into a small black before disappearing from their sight. They could not catch up with him, but they did not want to give up, so they continued to chase. Unknowingly, they had chased him to the vicinity of the desolate God Mountain and saw it. Damn Junior, could he be a disciple of the desolate Earth Palace? Seems like it. With such strength and so many treasures, he must have an extraordinary status in the desolate Earth Palace. He might even have a sword saint expert behind him. Forget it. No matter how good the treasures are, you need to be alive to take them. We have no fate with them. Just admit defeat. That sigh was filled with deep disappointment. The disciples of the desolate Earth Palace were well aware of their talents and treasures. They were definitely not ordinary Outer Palace disciples. They were not people they could provoke. They should give up and pray that the other party did not take revenge. Otherwise, the three families would be doomed. No, after returning, they had to spread the news and sincerely apologize. They had to prepare compensation and personally send it to the desolate Earth Palace to resolve the grudge. Chapter 837. Sure enough, not long after, the elders of the three major families of the chaotic Sky City came to visit the desolate God Mountain. They took out a portrait and looked for Chumu. Chumu was a famous person, and all the Outer Palace disciples knew him. They found him without much effort. The three major families offered millions of supreme-grade desolate stones and many elixirs and ores as gifts as an apology to Chumu. Chumu accepted them without hesitation. After accepting the gifts, Chumu turned around and left. Only after the elders of the three great clans asked did they find out that Chumu was this year's Outer Palace 100-year competition's first place, the number one Outer Palace disciple. Such a person would definitely be highly valued. Perhaps he had already been secretly accepted as a direct disciple by a true palace elder. Fortunately, they had accepted the gifts and resolved this grudge. After letting out a sigh of relief, the elders of the three major families left the desolate God Mountain and returned to their respective families. In fact, after Chumu returned to the desolate Earth Palace, he did not deliberately look for the three major families of the chaotic Sky City to settle the score. He would only look for trouble if he went to the chaotic Sky City again. It was not true to say that there was a grudge. Chu Mu did not suffer any losses. On the contrary, the three major families had lost nearly 20 spirit condensation realm swordsmen. The loss was huge. In the end, they still had to apologize. No matter what, Chu Mu had profited. The matter ended like this. Chu Mu did not care about it. It was a small matter and not worth the trouble. After returning to his room, Chu Mu began to cultivate. Outside, there were discussions about the elders of the three major families of the chaotic Sky City coming to the mountain to apologize. There were all kinds of speculations. In any case, Chu Mu, who had been silent for a long time, became the center of attention again. Fortunately, this was not a particularly sensational matter. The discussions would soon dissipate. The 6 mind stars were sealed by the God-sealing blood curse. If Chu Mu wanted to break it, he could only break it together. Therefore, it was more difficult and would take more time. In his mental world, the sword soul prototype looked even more solid. The peak 8th revolution sword intent was restrained, and its sharpness was hidden deeply. The gold profound was entrenched in a corner of his mental world, releasing a dazzling light. The other powers, Upanishads, occupied a corner. They were all covered by the gray energy, which was the Yin energy of the murderous Yin crystal. Each power Upanishad that had reached perfection was eroded by the energy of the Yin murderous crystal. While resisting, they were refined unceasingly. However, there were too many profound meanings, which delayed the refining process. His progress was slow. Chu Mu took out a profound pellet and swallowed it, using it with the 9 revolutions heavenly shocking seal. His refining efficiency increased several times. Using the baleful Yin crystals to refine was one way. Allocating some time every day and taking the initiative to extract the baleful Yin crystals was the second way. Chu Mu planned to take the initiative to refine one profundity to the limit, which was the limit of rank 8 before refining the other profundity. As for how much time he would need to refine all the profundities to the limit of rank 8, Chu Mu had no idea. He felt that it would be too slow and the efficiency was too low. But everything depended on effort. If he spent more time and effort, it might be possible. He did not need to cultivate the Sky Desolate sword essence for now, but he still needed to cultivate the 3rd level of the Sky Desolate sword body. Apart from that, he still needed to cultivate his sword skills and break through the God-sealing blood curse on his mind stars. There were also other aspects of his cultivation that would take time. Time was what Chu Mu lacked the most right now. If time could be bought, he would be willing to pay a huge price. Unfortunately, time could not be bought. The mind stars had not been unsealed, so the efficiency of refining them was not satisfactory. After refining them, Chu Mu took out the Heart Sword secret record and carefully read it. After returning to the Sky Desolate Earth Palace, he flipped through some ancient books and found some records regarding the Execution Heart Sword of Gojosian. The Execution Heart Sword of Gojosian was a scattered sword of Gojosian, but he was very famous. According to the records, he was very powerful. Before he disappeared, he had reached the level of a 7-star sword of Gojosian. He was a high-level sword of Gojosian. In the records, the Execution Heart sword of Gojosian, who was at the level of a 7-star sword of Gojosian, had killed an 8-star sword of Gojosian. This seemed to be directly related to the cultivation technique he cultivated. One had to know that the difference in strength between the sword of Gojosian was even greater. The difference between each star could be 10 times. It was already very difficult for a 7-star sword of Gojosian to contend against an 8-star sword of Gojosian. Killing one was even more difficult. Thus, Chu Mu was even more interested in the Heart Sword secret record. Perhaps the reason why the Execution Heart Sword of Gojosian was so powerful was because of this. After carefully reading it, the Heart Sword secret record was indeed profound and unfathomable. It was a very special and powerful cultivation technique. Almost word by word, Chu Mu slowly read, carefully savoring, pondering, and studying. After spending an entire hour, Chu Mu finally finished reading this heart sword secret record that wasn't thick and only had a dozen pages. The material of this book was very special. It was like the skin of some kind of beast. It was very comfortable to touch. A book made of this kind of skin was very difficult to damage and could be preserved for tens of thousands of years without rotting. After reading it and closing the book, Chu Mu closed his eyes. The contents of the book flowed through his mind. Every word, every sentence, every paragraph, every page flowed through his mind like a gurgling stream. Everyone knew that swordsmen mainly cultivated sword chi and then transformed it into sword origin. However, the heart sword secret record was not like this. It was a very special cultivation technique. It could not be considered a supplementary cultivation technique, but it could not be considered a main cultivation technique either. Any swordsman could cultivate the heart sword secret record while cultivating a main cultivation technique and supplementary cultivation technique. The heart sword secret record mentioned that there were two prerequisites to cultivating this special cultivation technique. They were a powerful soul and a sword heart. The so-called sword heart was a heart that used the sword, focused on the sword, sincere in the sword, and refined in the sword. These two prerequisites limited many people. Even if they obtained the heart sword secret record, they could not cultivate it successfully. As expected, a powerful cultivation technique was not so easy to cultivate. To Chu Mu, a powerful soul and sword heart were not a problem. He could cultivate the heart sword secret record. However, there was another restriction to cultivating the heart sword secret record, and that was the power of the soul. In other words, Chu Mu could not cultivate the heart sword secret record right now. He had to wait until his cultivation broke through to the divine condensation realm and his mind had transformed into the power of the soul. Only then could he begin cultivating the heart sword secret record. This allowed Chu Mu to let out a sigh of relief. Even if he could cultivate it right now, he would not be able to squeeze out the time, so he had to give up for now. Since he could not cultivate the heart sword secret record right now, Chu Mu stowed it away in his space ring. It could be said that Chu Mu's space ring contained quite a few treasures. The heart sword secret record was one. The legacy of the celestial dragon sword saint was another, and there were many other extremely valuable treasures as well. As he cultivated, his water profound meaning finally reached the first revolution. But the other profound meanings still needed a considerable amount of time to reach the first revolution. The refining speed of the profound meaning of space was the slowest. It was almost stagnant. Chu Mu did not know how long it would take for him to refine the profound meaning of space to the first revolution. Today, Chu Mu had finished cultivating and was about to go out for a walk when he received an unexpected guest, who was also a distinguished guest. Rin Duxing, senior brother Rin. Chu Mu was surprised, but he still saluted Rin Duxing with his sword. His respect came from the bottom of his heart. Firstly, Ren Duxing was a disciple of the True Palace, an expert on the level of the sword of Gojoseon. Secondly, Ren Duxing brought him into the Heaven Wasteland Palace, although the 3 tests were not difficult for Chu Mu. Ren Duxing stared at Chu Mu for a while and then nodded. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Ren Duxing said with a smile. "Senior brother Ren, please." Chu Mu gestured for Ren Duxing to enter the room. After Ren Duxing walked in, he looked around and sighed in a seemingly nostalgic tone. "Many years ago, I also lived in a room like this." Chu Mu was a man of few words, and he often did not take the initiative to find a topic to talk about. Therefore, he did not continue Rin Duxing's words. "Are you surprised that I came to find you?" Rin Duxing turned to look at Chu Mu and said with a smile, "Yes." Chu Mu nodded. In fact, he was not familiar with Ren Duxing. "I'm here to congratulate you on winning the first place in the Outer Palace competition." Ren Duxing sat on a chair at the side and said to Chu Mu, although it took some time, As he spoke, a white jade box appeared in Ren Duxing's hand. The jade box was crystal clear. At a glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary jade box. Such a precious jade box should contain something extraordinary. This is my congratulatory gift to you. You can also think of it as my investment. Ren Duxing spoke very directly. The white jade box flew to Chumu. This was a kind gesture. As Ren Duxing said it was an investment, he had taken a fancy to Chumu's potential and wanted to befriend him. Chumu glanced at Ren Duxing and caught the white jade box. Open it and take a look, Ren Duxing said. Chumu glanced at Ren Duxing again and opened the white jade box. Inside there were 3 grains of sand placed side by side. The 3 grains of sand were almost the same size, almost the size of soybeans. They were yellowish-brown with golden spots, like the light of stars. The 3 grains of sand that looked very ordinary were suddenly filled with a mysterious color. Chumu's gaze fell on the 3 grains of sand. For a moment he could not look away because he felt that there was a mysterious aura fluctuation on the 3 grains of sand. It was very profound and also very unfamiliar. This kind of sand is called sand of time. Ren Duxing's voice sounded. Sand of time. Chumu repeated. This was the first time he heard this name. For some reason his heart throbbed. Sand of time, also known as sand that contains the power of time. Ren Duxing said, making Chumu's heart suddenly beat wildly. Sand that contains the power of time. The power of time is a power that is more mysterious and powerful than the power of space. The change in Chumu's expression, the expansion and contraction of his pupils, was completely seen by Ren Duxing. He smiled slightly and continued, These 3 grains of sand of time are low-grade sand of time, suitable for origin realm swordsmen. Hearing this, Chumu's heart skipped a beat. His gaze moved away from the 3 grains of sand and fell on Ren Duxing's face, waiting for Ren Duxing to continue. He felt that this might be a chance for him. Chapter 838. After delivering the 3 grains of sand of time and chatting for a while, Ren Duxing left again. His purpose was very direct and obvious, which was to befriend Chumu. Chumu knew very well that if he didn't display enough talent and potential, Ren Duxing would definitely not do this. It was very realistic, but also very normal. This was the world of swordsmen. You couldn't expect someone who had no relationship with you to treat you well. If Chumu's sword intent and profound were really sealed and couldn't be unsealed, Ren Duxing wouldn't have taken the initiative to look for him, let alone give him such a precious treasure like the sand of time. Chumu accepted it calmly. Ren Duxing was a good person. He was also a disciple of the true palace and an expert on the level of the sword of Gojoseon. Befriending him would be beneficial to Chumu. In the future, they could be considered mutually beneficial. Moreover, the sand of time made Chumu's heart extremely moved. After sending Ren Duxing off, Chumu returned to his room and closed the door. He opened the white jade box again and carefully looked at the 3 grains of sand of time. If this kind of thing was thrown on the road outside, very few people would notice it. It looked similar to ordinary sand. The flickering golden light inside was very subtle. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice. The mysterious aura it emitted wasn't strong either. It was easy to overlook it in the outside world. According to Ren Duxing, the sand of time can only be obtained in the divine wilderness secret realm. Chumu thought to himself. While chatting, Ren Duxing introduced the sand of time. He also explained the origin of the sand of time and how to obtain it. It was also a kind of investment. The sand of time was obtained by Ren Duxing when he entered the divine wilderness secret realm a few years ago. According to the classification, the sand of time could be divided into low grade, mid grade, and high grade. There seemed to be a top grade one above it. The low-grade sand of time was useful for origin realm swordsmen. The mid-grade sand of time was useful for god-congealing realm swordsmen, and the high-grade sand of time was useful for experts at the level of Sword of Gojoseon. To put it simply, the low-level Sand of Time was useless to divine Condensation Realm Swordsman and Sword of Gojoseon. On the other hand, the mid-level Sand of Time could also be used by Primary Realm Swordsmen. As long as the Primary Realm Swordsmen were strong enough to withstand the power of time of the Sand of Time, they would melt and die under the power of time. If an Astral Realm Swordsman were to use the high-grade Sand of Time, he would die without a doubt. Even his soul would be destroyed. The 3 grains of Sand of Time that Rendexing gave him were low-grade Sand of Time. He had no use for them, so he gave them to Chumu. Every grain of low-grade Sand of Time would allow a Primordial Realm Swordsman to obtain double the time. In other words, after using the low-grade Sand of Time, the Primordial Realm Swordsman would be under the Sand of Time's time force. The time in the outside world was the same, but when enveloped by the Sand of Time's time force, it would be faster. It was equivalent to saying that 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 2 days in the Sand of Time. This was very strange. Chumu didn't experience it personally, so he couldn't understand it for the time being. However, Rendexing said that if Chumu wanted to use the Sand of Time, it would be best if he went into seclusion and didn't get disturbed, so as to avoid causing a conflict between the time inside and outside. A grain of low-grade Sand of Time could last for a month, which was equivalent to giving Chumu 2 months of time, which was 1 more month than usual. 3 grains of Sand of Time could give Chumu 3 more months of time. Most importantly, Rendexing said that the Sand of Time could allow one to comprehend the power of time. The so-called power of time was the concept of time, the profound meaning of time, and so on. This was a power that was more powerful than the profound meaning of space. Naturally, it would be more difficult to comprehend. An extra 3 months of time wasn't much at all. However, to the current Chumu, an extra day was a good thing. Without hesitation, he left the room and used his outer palace contribution points to rent a secret room. It was a secret room that was specially used for seclusion so that he wouldn't be disturbed. 3 months of time would cost him 30,000 outer palace contribution points. An ordinary disciple wouldn't be able to afford it. However, the environment of this secret room for seclusion wasn't bad. One could feel the flow of air. It was well ventilated and secretive. The desolate chi was several times richer than the outside world. However, it was useless to Chumu. Taking out the white jade box, he opened it and took out a grain of Sand of Time. According to Rendexing's instructions, he condensed his spiritual consciousness and sword intent and injected them into the Sand of Time to activate it. Suddenly, the strange and mysterious fluctuation became several times stronger. The golden specks in the Sand of Time emitted an amazing light, filling the entire grain of Sand of Time. Then, the light spread out rapidly. Under the strange fluctuation, Chumu's entire body was shrouded. The Sand of Time that was constantly emitting light also automatically integrated into Chumu's body. The golden light converged and seeped into Chumu's skin, disappearing. However, Chumu could clearly feel its existence. His current state was very strange. He felt as if he was separated and became 2 people. He was in 2 different worlds, but the 2 people were completely the same. The flow of time in the 2 worlds was different. One was faster, and the other was slower. It was a very strange state. For a moment, Chumu couldn't describe it clearly with words. Time was precious. Chumu didn't think too much and hurriedly started cultivating. The first thing he had to do was to unseal the 6 consciousness stars. Once unsealed, Chumu would have an obvious improvement in all aspects. The efficiency of using the 9 revolution heavenly shocking seal to refine the profound meaning would also greatly increase. According to the current progress, the God-sealing blood curse on the consciousness stars would disappear in about 2 months. At that time, when the consciousness stars were unsealed, Chumu's overall strength would be much stronger than before. While in seclusion, Chumu didn't seem to know the passage of time. However, when the power of the Sand of Time was exhausted, Chumu woke up from his seclusion. In the sky above his spiritual world, the 6 consciousness stars shone with starlight. They were extremely resplendent, like the ancient stars that had existed since time immemorial. His eyes opened, and an extremely sharp light pierced through the air like a divine sword. It actually pierced through the air in front of him, leaving behind 2 trails that slowly dissipated. The consciousness stars were unsealed. An incomparably tyrannical consciousness was circulating in his spiritual world. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Chu Mu had a feeling that as long as he released all of his consciousness, he would be able to pierce through the sky. This was a misconception. Chu Mu knew that it was because the consciousness stars had been sealed for too long. Now that they were unsealed, their power almost gushed out. It didn't take long for Chu Mu to adapt. This 1 month was actually 2 months. Besides attacking the God-sealing blood curse on the consciousness stars, Chu Mu also used the 9 revolution heavenly shocking seal to refine the profound of water. He had made some progress and reached the 2nd revolution. As for the other profound meanings, they had all reached the 1st revolution, except for the profound of space. Speaking of which, besides unsealing the consciousness stars, the advancement of the profound meanings didn't have any significant effect on Chu Mu's strength, unless he could refine all of his profound meanings to the 7th revolution at the very least. Looking at it now, that would take quite a long time. After resting, Chu Mu immediately took out the 2nd sand of time and activated it. He began cultivating once more. This time, he focused on refining the profound meanings. The most important thing for him now was to refine as many profound meanings as possible. It would be best if he could refine all of them to the peak of the 8th revolution before breaking through to the divine condensation realm. He was almost wholeheartedly refining the profound of water. With the power of the profound meaning pills and the yin crystals, along with the unsealed consciousness stars, his tyrannical consciousness, the 9 revolution heavenly shocking seal, and so on, although the speed wasn't as fast as when refining the profound of metal, it was still quite impressive compared to so many profound meanings. Chu Mu seemed to have disappeared in front of everyone. For 3 months, no one saw him. Although it was said to be 3 months, Chu Mu knew that he had actually spent 6 months. In 6 months, his improvement was obvious. First was the unsealing of the 6 consciousness stars. Next was the advancement of his profound meanings. The yin crystals were constantly consumed, and so were the profound meaning pills. Chu Mu's profound refinement results were obvious. His water profound had reached the 3rd revolution. His other profound meanings had also reached the 2nd revolution. His space profound was also close to the 1st revolution. When the time was up, the 3 sand of time had also been consumed. Chu Mu truly experienced the benefits of the sand of time, but he didn't gain any comprehension of the power of time. Leaving the secluded secret room and returning to his room, Chu Mu couldn't help but have people staring at him along the way. When he returned to his room, it was spotless because there was a dust-proof seal here. After resting for a while, Chu Mu continued cultivating. Refining his power Upanishad was his top priority at this moment. He calculated for a while. According to his current progress, he estimated that he would need to spend more than 10 years or even 20 years to refine his various profound meanings to the 8th revolution. And that didn't include the space profound. Chu Mu thought of the sand of time. If he had more sand of time, he could cut the time by half. If he could obtain intermediate sand of time, the effect would be even better. However, sand of time could only be obtained in the divine, desolate, mystic realm. Chu Mu had one chance to enter the divine, desolate, mystic realm. However, he originally planned to wait until his cultivation broke through to the divine condensation realm before entering. Now, there seemed to be a conflict. Otherwise, should he enter the divine, desolate, mystic realm now? With my current strength, killing an ordinary great circle divine condensation realm swordsman isn't difficult. Chu Mu thought to himself. Since he had made his decision, Chu Mu was about to find an elder when someone came to inform him. It was said that in about 9 months, the divine, desolate mystic realm would open. He wanted to ask Chu if he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to enter. If he didn't enter this time, it wouldn't be so easy to enter next time. It seemed that opening the divine, desolate mystic realm wasn't a simple matter. Like a drowsy person giving a pillow, Chu immediately agreed. It turned out that when he was in seclusion, this fellow had come looking for him, but he couldn't find him. There are still 9 months. I can properly increase my strength. Chu thought to himself as he immersed himself in cultivation. Time quickly passed, month after month. The time for the divine, desolate mystic realm to open was getting closer and closer. Chu's strength was also slowly improving. Because he wanted to enter the divine, desolate mystic realm, he urgently needed to increase his strength. Even if it was just a little bit, Chu didn't pay much attention to refining his profound meanings. Instead, he allocated some time to cultivate the sky, desolate sword art. This was a method for him to increase his strength. This was because even if he spent all his time on refining his profound meanings, he wouldn't be able to increase his strength. Chapter 839. The desolate divine mountain was very tall, 12,000 meters. The outer palace was 3,000 meters, the inner palace was 6,000 meters, and the true palace was 9,000 meters. The location to open the divine, desolate mystic realm was at the highest point of the desolate divine mountain, 12,000 meters. At this moment, at the highest point of the desolate divine mountain, there was a platform. The platform was 100 meters in diameter, and in 8 directions there was a pillar. The bottom of the pillar was straight, and as it went upwards, it gradually curved inwards, like 8 claws that curved inwards. Every pillar was engraved with countless complex runes that crisscrossed each other. It was profound and unfathomable. On the platform, there were also various runes that looked ancient and mysterious. Rather than a platform, it looked more like an altar. Outside the altar, there were dozens of people gathered. They did not look very old, at most in their 30s. However, they all looked relatively young, but their actual age was a few years older than their appearance. 30 people. There were a total of 30 people here. They were all Inner Palace disciples, the top 30 of the Inner Palace's 100-year tournament. According to the rules of the desolate Earth Palace, only the top 30 of the Inner Palace had the chance to enter the divine, desolate mystic realm. I heard that this time, other than the 30 of us, there is also an Outer Palace disciple who wants to enter the divine, desolate mystic realm. Yu Ingzheng, who was 25th of the top 30, said with a grin, the reward for first place in the Outer Palace's 100-year tournament. Someone beside him casually said, he was Li Dongyang, who was 23rd of the top 30. He's just a mere primary realm swordsman. After obtaining first place in the Outer Palace's 100-year tournament, he wants to enter the divine, desolate, mystic realm. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Bai Yen, who was 27th of the top 30, sneered. He did not hide his disdain. Clearly, they felt that Chu was overestimating himself by wanting to enter the divine, desolate, mystic realm with them. They felt disdain and contempt for him. Of course, there were also people who did not care and directly ignored him. There were also people who were deep in thought. In short, different people had different reactions. I heard that Hua Lingguang wanted to find an Outer Palace disciple to make a deal with him for the chance to enter the divine, desolate, mystic realm, but he was rejected. It's a pity. In fact, Hua Lingguang could have entered the top 30, but he was unlucky. Hua Lingguang wanted to go to the 7-sword tower, but he was rejected by an Outer Palace disciple. There's no need for you to say anything. Our 7-sword pavilion will naturally deal with it. Lin Yi, who was ranked 29th in the top 30, frowned and said unhappily, the 7-sword tower was the strongest organization in the Inner Palace. Although there were only 7 of them, each of them was very strong, especially the leader of the 7-sword tower, who was the champion of the Inner Palace's centennial tournament. Moreover, the 7 members of the 7-sword tower were very united. Offending one of them was the same as offending all 7 of them. Therefore, even if they were stronger than Lin Yi, they would not refute him and cause a conflict. Lin Yi wasn't scary. What was scary was the other members of the 7-sword tower, especially the boss of the 7-sword tower. At this time, a figure was rapidly ascending the mountain, crossing the iron chains of the true palace and heading towards the higher parts of the desolate God Mountain. Today was the day that the divine, desolate mystic realm would open. Chu Mu naturally would not miss it. Leaping through the forest, Chu Mu's speed was faster and more erratic than before. All in all, he had been cultivating in seclusion for a full year and had made great progress in all aspects. It was also because he was going to enter the divine, desolate mystic realm that Chu Mu constantly increased his strength. He did his best to increase it, not letting go of a single bit. Now, his water profound had been tempered to the middle stage of the 4th revolution. As for his other profound, he had reached the limit of the 2nd revolution under the demonic Yin crystal. He was only a step away from the 3rd revolution. As for the most profound of space, he had also reached the 1st revolution. However, it would take him at least half a year to reach the 2nd revolution. The 1st revolution's profound of space was even stronger, and Chu Mu's flying swan illusory void steps was even more mysterious and unfathomable. The increase in profound of space didn't have an obvious effect on his strength because it wasn't at a high enough level. However, the increase in his sword techniques was real. Perhaps it was because he had completely broken the God Seal blood curse, but Chu Mu felt that his perception had undergone a qualitative change. Or perhaps it was because of the previous fortuitous encounters that his sword Dao realm had increased. In short, it was easier to comprehend sword techniques, and it was more direct to the essence of the sword. Now, Chu Mu's sword Dao domain had reached the limit of the 8th level. He was only a step away from the 9th level. His Sky Desolation sword art had also made great progress. In short, the current Chu Mu was much stronger than he was a year ago. As he rapidly ascended, the scenery flew past him from the left and right. When he reached the peak, he could look down at the mountains below. After a period of time, Chu Mu's vision suddenly opened up. When he looked back, he suddenly felt that it was lonely at the top. At the peak of the Sky Desolation Divine Mountain, the mountain wind blew. It was indeed very cold. Even with Chu Mu's cultivation, he couldn't help but feel a chill. His footsteps didn't stop as he continued forward. 100-meter-tall altar appeared in front of him. Chu Mu also saw 30 inner palace disciples. In an instant, Chu Mu stopped and his pupils contracted. In his eyes, the 30 inner palace disciples had different postures. Some were standing straight, some were standing leisurely, some were leaning against a rock, and some were sitting cross-legged. In short, the postures of the 30 inner palace disciples were completely different. There were also some that were far and some that were close. The only similarity was that the bodies of the 30 inner palace disciples were like black holes that contained terrifying power. It was deeply hidden and couldn't be seen from the outside. Powerful, extremely powerful. They were completely incomparable to ordinary God, condensation, realm swordsmen. Even if they weren't experts at the level of Sword of Gojoseon, they were still many times stronger than ordinary God, condensation, realm swordsmen. The positions and postures they stood in seemed very casual. In fact, they were in sync with their surroundings and could instantly unleash their full strength. As long as someone attacked, they could immediately unleash the most fatal counterattack. Terrifying swordsmen were extremely powerful in every aspect. In an instant, Chu Mu was sure that he wasn't a match for them. Even if he were to unleash all his skills, he definitely wouldn't be a match for the weakest of the 30. Gap, that was the true and absolute gap between them. Ordinary God, condensation, realm swordsmen, even those with perfect cultivation, were nothing in his eyes. One-on-one, he could easily kill them. But among the 30 inner palace disciples in front of him, the strongest was indeed a God condensation realm swordsman, and the weakest was a God condensation realm Deshang. Every one of them gave Chu-Mu a feeling that he couldn't defeat them. Even so, Chu-Mu wasn't afraid. Although he wasn't a match for them, if they wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be easy either. He stepped forward again and strode over. As soon as Chu-Mu appeared, 30 gazes fell on him. Those gazes seemed to pierce through the void, incomparably sharp, as if they wanted to pierce through Chu-Mu's body. His flesh and blood would be torn apart, and his soul would be shattered. The pressure caused the wind to freeze, and the leaves to stop moving. Chu-Mu's heart trembled, but his expression didn't change. His footsteps didn't stop, and he walked forward resolutely. "You have some guts." A chuckle sounded, and the terrifying pressure dissipated like a phantom. Immediately after, one of the 30 people took a step forward. A terrifying aura surged towards Chu-Mu like a storm. "Kneel down and apologize." The cold and eerie voice carried a high and mighty coercion. This person didn't come with good intentions. That aura was powerful and terrifying, as if it wanted to destroy Chu-Mu. However, Chu-Mu's body didn't move at all. He had completely broken the God-Seal blood curse, and his strength was unimaginable. Just the aura alone couldn't move him. Thus, the 30 Inner Palace disciples were even more shocked. They took Chu-Mu a little more seriously, but only a little more seriously. Chu-Mu was depressed. Why did they want him to kneel down and apologize for no reason? Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. "You're from the 7-Sword Tower?" Chu-Mu opened his mouth and asked lightly. "You have a fast reaction." Lin Yi sneered. "I see. Just because I rejected Hua Lingguang's deal, the 7-Sword Tower wants to deal with me. Such narrow-mindedness. I would like to ask, how did you cultivate to your current level with such narrow-mindedness?" Chu-Mu wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he sneered and asked. His words included all 7 of the 7-Sword Tower's disciples. "This is going to be a good show. This Outer Palace disciple is ambitious. Not bad, I like it. No matter how ambitious he is, it's useless without strength. He's dead for sure. How dare he provoke the 7-Sword Tower? He's going to end badly." Sure enough, Lin Ye's anger rose. The anger in his eyes almost burned Chu-Mu. The other disciples of the 7-Sword Tower were also present. They were all stunned at first, and then anger rose in their hearts. Unfortunately, the killing intent that surrounded him soared into the sky and swept towards Chu-Mu again, crazily suppressing him. Chu-Mu had to be careful with such killing intent and aura. He felt like his soul was about to collapse. It was too terrifying. Just the killing intent alone was enough to make Chu-Mu lose his ability to fight back. "All right." Suddenly a light voice was heard. Like a breeze, it blew away all the killing intent. The pressure that Chu-Mu was facing suddenly disappeared. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The one who spoke was the Inner Palace disciple who stood at the top of the world. He was the champion of the Inner Palace competition and the leader of the 7-Sword Tower, Ho Qingming. Once Ho Qingming spoke, no one else spoke. There was no doubt that he was powerful. Those who had seen his strength would tremble in fear. "The deal is voluntary. It doesn't matter if I offend you or not." Ho Qingming looked at Chu-Mu with a faint smile on his face. "However, your words include everyone in the 7-Sword Tower. Don't you think it's too arbitrary?" "I'm sorry. I don't know you guys well," Chu-Mu said indifferently. His tone was sincere. His attitude was shocking. They thought that he was arrogant, but now it seemed that he wasn't someone who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was someone who had a strong mentality. "I accept your apology. I look forward to your growth," Ho Qingming said and stopped talking. The mountain breeze blew again, messing up people's state of mind.